Chapter 1378. Master Simo's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. His gaze was like lightning as he looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all barriers and break through the void. He saw Wang Lin standing proudly at the top of the mountain in the center of the planet. Underestimated this person's mind. However, before absolute power, everything is useless. Master Simo sneered as he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Only the father and son of the Armored Dragon clan remained in the hall. Their expressions were gloomy. The young master of the Armored Dragon clan hesitated and whispered, "Father, that cultivator's cultivation level is very high, and he is not ordinary. He is hiding in the fallen land. If we do this, isn't a bit." The Armored Dragon Patriarch, the ninth elder of the Fallen Council, gloomily said, "Of course he is not an ordinary person. If I'm not wrong, he is the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan, killed the head elder, suppressed tens of thousands of cultivators, and escaped. He is wanted by the Sovereign Council in the ancient star system." The young master of the Armored Dragon clan was startled, and his expression changed greatly. If that wasn't the case, how could Master Simo, a third-step cultivator, suddenly come here? If it wasn't for his high cultivation level, Father wouldn't have helped him. However, the person who destroyed the Scatter Thunder clan is not a third-step cultivator, so I can only help Master Simo. The young master of the Armored Dragon clan pondered a bit and whispered, "But Father, if Senior Simo succeeds, then it's fine, but what if that possibility will never exist? Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. He won't even have time to escape to heal, let alone find trouble with my Armored Dragon clan. Also, if he really dares to come, then the old man will make it so he can't return. Father is, after all, the ninth elder of the Fallen Council and represents the Fallen Council. He won't dare." The Armored Dragon clan's patriarch had a proud expression as he waved his sleeve and left. Always calm in the face of a major event. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and there was no joy or sadness in his heart. He looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial. As he stood there, he became one with heaven and earth. He was the heavens, and he was the earth. After 2,000 years of cultivation, he had grown up to stand at the peak of the cultivation world and could challenge third-step cultivators. Even though this third-step cultivator was only a clone and was only at the fifth heaven's blight. However, in this world, in the inner and outer realms, aside from Wang Lin, who would dare to challenge the third step? At this moment, Wang Lin already had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Hidden beneath his calm expression was a heaven-defying storm, and within this storm was a monstrous, murderous intent. They dared to fight against the heavens, they dared to fight against fate, and they dared to refute the Tao. This was Wang Lin. He had seized Li Muin's life under the heavenly Tao, and in the midst of danger, he had fought for a chance to survive. He had formed a Joss Flame realm, but he had given up on relying on external forces to climb higher. He had relied solely on his own 5 essences to activate the Great Gate of Space. From ancient times until now, few people had ever stepped onto the path of confirming the Tao. He had led the people of the 7 million worlds to break through the heavens and return to the stars. He had killed the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan and slaughtered the heavens with his weak cultivation. He had come to the ancient star system by himself, just to send Li Qianmei off. He had caused chaos in the ancient star system and was being hunted by the entire ancient star system. Even Xing Lin would have to admit that he was inferior to him. This was Wang Lin. He walked the world and didn't seek to leave his name behind, but to have a clear conscience. He didn't seek to be upright for 10,000 years, but to have no regrets in his life. Sword Qi whistled through the air. Just one more strand, and there would be 40 million strands of Sword Qi covering the sky, dispersing the clouds and causing the world to be filled with Sword Qi. It was no longer clear whether the Sword Qi existed in the world or whether the Sword Qi contained the world. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, the nearly 40 million strands of sword energy gathered. It was as if Wang Lin's finger had become a vortex that attracted all the sword energy. In just an instant, the nearly 40 million strands of sword energy disappeared from the world and fused into Wang Lin's right index finger. This finger was enough to destroy the world. With one finger, 40 million strands of sword energy attacked at the same time. In the distant sky, the storm roared, and a tornado rose from the ground, connecting the heavens and the earth. The vortex shook the heavens and the earth, and a crazy whistling sound came from afar. It suddenly approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. Master Simo was inside the storm. "You dare to take the initiative to challenge the old man, Master Simo? You are very bold." Master Simo's voice rumbled. The moment he appeared, the vortex around him closed in on Wang Lin. It was as if Master Simo had turned the world into this vortex and used the power of the world to launch a spell at Wang Lin. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Wang Lin's expression was calm. As Master Simo closed in, his right hand formed a seal and waved. "Mountain crumble." After he spoke, illusory volcanoes suddenly appeared around Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, his mountain crumble was even more powerful than Shimizu's when he was injured. Illusory volcanoes appeared in the world, and a thunderous rumble came from the mountains. The sound waves were heaven-shaking. Surrounded by the mountains, Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Master Simo's expression was serious. He didn't dare to underestimate someone who could activate the Void Gate with only source origin energy and Joss flames. At this moment, his hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. The vortex passed by him and smashed toward Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly chopped down. "Mountain, first collapse." As Wang Lin spoke, the countless illusory volcanoes trembled and black smoke came from them. The smoke covered the sky and directly collided with the vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world and turned into a shockwave that spread out. The sky trembled and the earth rumbled. In an instant, the cultivation planet began to tremble. "Mountain, second collapse, third collapse." The volcanoes rumbled and waves of heat rushed out. They turned into red magma and charged at the vortex. The thunderous rumbles were enough to shatter one's eardrums. It was as if the world was being torn apart and a giant crack had appeared. This crack was space being torn in the sky, and on the ground, it was a deep ravine on the planet. "Mountain, fourth collapse, fifth collapse," Wang Lin said calmly. The large amount of fire overlapped and formed a real volcano. It began a destructive eruption. However, although this volcano looked very real, it had no soul and was formed by a spell. At this instant, Wang Lin jumped into the air. His right hand mercilessly reached at the earth, and he shouted, "Since the mountain crumbles spell has no soul, then I'll give it a soul. Extract the souls of all the mountains on this cultivation planet." As Wang Lin's words echoed, the entire cultivation planet trembled. The earth trembled as if an earth dragon was moving. The mountains on the planet trembled, and some collapsed into countless pieces of rubble. It was as if they had lost their backbone, because their spines, their mountain souls, were all taken away by Wang Lin at this moment. Mountains collapsed one by one, and strands of mountain souls were extracted. They flew out from all the mountains and gathered around Wang Lin's hand. At this moment, there were no more mountains on the planet. Only piles of rocks remained. After extracting the entire planet's mountain soul, Wang Lin threw it. The moment Master Simo's storm closed in, the mountain soul fused with the volcano formed by the mountain crumbles spell. At this instant, the volcano formed by the mountain crumbles spell had a soul. Its soul was extremely thick and was the condensation of countless mountain peaks. At this moment, this volcano was a true mountain peak. Only at this moment could the mountain crumbles spell be considered complete. Mountain ninth collapse. After skipping the first few collapses, Wang Lin used the final collapse of the mountain crumbles spell. The volcano trembled, and a thunderous rumble echoed. It was as if a storm had erupted from within, shattering the mountain and forming a landslide storm formed by the fusion of rocks, magma, black smoke, and the soul of the mountain. This storm rumbled and began its final collision with Master Simo's storm. The destructive impact erupted at this moment and landed on Wang Lin's body. His clothes fluttered and his hair fluttered. His face was pale, but not only did he not retreat, he charged at Master Simo. Master Simo's face was also pale. When the storm dissipated and the shock wave was pushed back, he charged out like a ray of light. Mountain Crumble's spell? This is by Fan Spell. Master Simo moved like lightning and instantly broke through the impact of the storm. His hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. He coldly shouted, "Heaven as painting!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed. Countless ripples appeared, and a large amount of distortion appeared. In the blink of an eye, all the colorful light disappeared and turned into pure white. This white was like a painting. There were countless phantoms on it, outlining mountains and rivers. Earth as ink. Master Simo's voice rumbled. The earth also distorted and became dark. As the ripples echoed, it was as if the earth had become ink. I'm the pen, one stroke to break the heavens, become my heaven-breaking Tao. Master Simo closed in and raised his right hand. It was as if his right hand had become a pen. As he waved it, the world changed as if it had formed its own world. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He had discussed Tao with Li Qianmei and talked about spells. He had also obtained Sima Mo's jade and went to Sima Mo's cave in the seven-colored realm. All of this allowed him to know that there was a spell in the heaven-breaking sect, and its name was the heaven-breaking Tao. This spell could only be cultivated by the sect master and the head disciple. Its power was endless. Master Simo. Master Simo. Could he be? The capital was very good and the air was very good, but he couldn't find a place to smoke. The flying sword in the afternoon would arrive at Nanning at night. Chapter 1379. Master Simo's body was inside the world ink painting, and he waved his right hand. The earth that had turned into ink was swept up by Master Simo like a brush dipped in ink. He drew a mountain and river on the sky. With just a few strokes, he drew the entire cultivation planet they were on, and Wang Lin's figure even appeared. Even if the old man's avatar came, it would be enough to kill you under this heaven-breaking Tao. There was a flash of coldness in Master Simo's eyes. He raised his right hand and was about to swing down at the painting. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he let out a roar. Heaven-breaking sect, Sima Mo. His voice was like thunder that echoed across the world. It was as if the heavens were roaring. Master Simo's raised right hand trembled, and he suddenly looked up at Wang Lin. Just at this instant, Wang Lin stepped forward, raised his right hand, and mercilessly pointed at the painting. The world changed colors, and the clouds scattered. Wang Lin's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was before Master Simo. His right index finger covered the sky as it mercilessly pointed at the spot between Master Simo's eyebrows. Master Simo's expression changed greatly. Due to Wang Lin's roar, he had missed the opportunity to use a spell. He didn't have time to think and mercilessly waved his right hand. One stroke broke the world's painting. With one stroke, the mountains and rivers in the painting were torn apart and collapsed. Even Wang Lin's figure distorted under this stroke. A tearing force came from Wang Lin's body and turned into intense pain. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his right index finger mercilessly pointed at the painting. The power of one finger caused shock to appear in Master Simo's eyes. He quickly retreated and raised his right hand to move the ink to block before him. He vaguely felt a life and death crisis he hadn't felt in a long time from Wang Lin's finger. What kind of spell is this? The ink instantly blocked before Wang Lin and collided with Wang Lin's right index finger. At this instant, rays of sword energy erupted from Wang Lin's finger. This was Wang Lin's killing move, one of the 3 killing moves he had prepared for Master Simo. 1 ray, 2 rays, 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays, 10,000 rays, 1 million rays, 10 million rays. This finger contained 399,999,999 rays of sword energy. Adding on his finger, it was a total of 40 million rays of sword energy. The power of 40 million rays of sword energy was heaven-shaking and rushed out like crazy. 2 deer shadows rotated around Wang Lin's finger and howled along with the sword energy. Master Simo's pupils shrank, and he revealed a look of disbelief. This is thunderous rumbles echoed. The moment the ink touched the sword energy from Wang Lin's finger, it collapsed. The sword energy pierced through the ink and shot toward Master Simo. The 40 million rays of sword energy formed a sword storm with Wang Lin as the center. This storm was heaven-shaking and filled with dense sword energy. It gave off a harsh sound and continued to rotate. From afar, it looked like tens of millions of snakes dancing in the air. It was a shocking sight. All of this happened in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the finger containing 40 million rays of sword energy landed on Master Simo. Master Simo coughed out a mouthful of blood and his body collapsed. He didn't collapse, but he used a special method to dodge Wang Lin's killing blow and reappeared 10,000 feet away. Even though he was in the world, an extremely strange scene had appeared before him. Below the sky, there was another sky, and above the earth, there was another earth. The heaven-breaking Tao was actually a painting of the world to form a prison. It could also be fused into the enemy's body. Breaking the painting was like breaking the world to kill. Wang Lin was trapped inside the world created by the heaven-breaking Tao and couldn't break out. Master Simo's expression was ferocious. After he appeared, his hands formed a seal, and he opened them before closing them. He mercilessly chopped down and roared, heaven-breaking. As he roared, the world around Wang Lin rumbled, and the sky that had become a painting began to tear. Wang Lin's shadow became even more distorted as the world was torn apart. At this instant, all the cultivators on the planet were shaken. The Fire Sparrow clan elder and his clan members had already spread out their divine senses to pay close attention to this battle. After seeing all of this, the Fire Sparrow clan elder's eyes were filled with terror. He let out a sigh and revealed a complicated expression. This person will without a doubt die. The heaven-breaking Tao is indeed worthy of being an ultimate spell. Master Simo, I didn't expect him to come here. The identity of the person who sold me the pill is obvious. Unfortunately, I still don't know where the blood inside the soul core came from. The Fire Sparrow clan elder shook his head. He was certain that Wang Lin was going to die. In the Armored Dragon clan's holy land, the junior patriarch also spread out his divine sense and let out a breath of relief. This person is very strong, but unfortunately, he can't escape from Master Simo's spell. This heaven-breaking Tao is also very powerful. It can create its own world and break. Also in the Armored Dragon clan's holy land, the Armored Dragon patriarch withdrew his gaze from the sky, and his expression calmed down a bit. He overestimates himself. Master Simo is a third-step cultivator, and even if it's just an avatar, he is not someone ordinary people can deal with. Even if this person can kill the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan, he has no chance of surviving against Master Simo. However, since he was able to injure Master Simo, he is not simple. Fortunately, there is no chance of him surviving. Otherwise, once he seeks revenge on my Armored Dragon clan, it would be troublesome. However, just when everyone was certain that Wang Lin wouldn't be able to escape from the world formed by the heaven-breaking Tao, a sudden change occurred. Intense pain entered Wang Lin's body, and his eyes were bloodshot. The 40 million rays of sword energy surrounded him, and he charged at the painting in the sky. 40 million rays of sword energy. Break this world for me. Break, break, break. Wang Lin's body seemed to turn into a ray of light, but he looked more like a ray of sword energy formed by himself. This ray of sword energy added to the 40 million rays of sword energy and became the extra ray. The storm of sword energy surrounded his body and gave off a destructive aura. As it rotated, it pushed Wang Lin closer and closer to the painting in the sky. In an instant, they collided. The 40 million rays of sword energy surged out like crazy, causing the world to be filled with endless rumbles. Break! Wang Lin's roar became hoarse, and the pain in his body became even more intense. He coughed out blood, and his expression was extremely ferocious. He mercilessly waved his right hand, and a ray of sword energy appeared. Popping sounds echoed as the illusion formed by the heaven-breaking Tao collapsed. The world collapsed and turned into a shockwave that swept across the cultivation planet. Wang Lin charged out. The moment he charged out, the Fire Sparrow clan old man's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped. Not only him, but the Armored Dragon clan's young master's mind trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and exclaimed, This. The patriarch of the Armored Dragon clan was also stunned for a moment before his face turned extremely dark. Sima Mo, this is just the beginning of our battle. After Wang Lin charged out, he pointed at the sky and shouted, Since you broke the heavens to trap me, then I'll destroy you. As Wang Lin spoke, the world appeared in his eyes and reversed. The heavens became the earth, and the earth became the heavens. At the same time, the outside world rumbled and began to spin in reverse. Tao Master Blue Dream's heaven-flipping spell. Master Simo's expression was extremely serious. He waved his right hand and took out a treasure for the first time. A 100-foot-long flag suddenly appeared beside Master Simo. There were countless restrictions on it, and all of them were transmogrifying. They exuded the aura of the vicissitudes of time. Time restriction. The 100-foot flag spread out and the time restriction rushed out. The time restriction turned into tens of thousands of restrictions that surrounded Master Simo's body, forming a giant restriction vortex. At this moment, the world reversed. The sky was below his feet and the earth was above. This scene would shock anyone who saw it. The patriarch of the Armored Dragon race, in particular, narrowed his eyes. This person actually has Tao Master Blue Dream spell. Humph, but even so, I'm sure he will without a doubt die under Master Simo's spell. Wang Lin let out a roar and mercilessly waved his right hand. The world rumbled and rapidly compressed toward Master Simo. Master Simo's body was surrounded by restrictions, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Time restriction dissipate with the passage of time. Whether it is the heavens or the earth, everything will dissipate with the passage of time. It will collapse and disintegrate. Master Simo waved his hand, and the time restriction expanded to resist the world. The world rumbled and seemed to be filled with the power of the time restriction. It gave off a desolate aura and showed signs of collapsing. Time restriction until the end of time. Master Simo's voice echoed like crazy. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and he was about to use a spell. However, just at this moment, a chuckle came from the void. This chuckle was very soft, but it clearly entered the ears of everyone on the planet. Interesting. If you can defeat this third-step cultivator's avatar within 5 breaths, I'll guarantee your safety in the Fallen Land. In the Armored Dragon clan's Holy Land, the expression of the Fallen Council's 9th elder changed greatly, and he exclaimed, Great Emperor! Master Simo's expression also changed greatly and was filled with fear. The voice that came from the void slowly said, 1. Apologies, I only arrived at the North Sea tonight and just got off. I'm sorry, everyone. Chapter 1380. 5 breaths. 5 breaths of time. It might be too short to call an instant, but for cultivators, 5 breaths of time was only slightly slower than the speed of thunder. Whether it was the Armored Dragon clan elder, the Fire Sparrow clan elder, or Master Simo, none of them believed that it was possible to end the battle in 5 breaths of time. After all, the enemy Wang Lin was facing was Master Simo. However, When Wang Lin heard this, his eyes shined brightly. Before the echo of the word "one" dissipated, Wang Lin waved his hand and erupted with his full cultivation. Until the end of time, Master Simo had comprehended this spell by himself in the time restriction. It was similar to Wang Lin's flowing time spell. Now that he had unleashed it, the restrictive spell tempest began to rumble and spread out in all directions. The reversed heaven and earth immediately began to shake violently in the expanding storm. The sky turned a withered yellow, and pustules could be faintly seen. As the number of pustules increased, they burst one by one, revealing a large amount of dark yellow water. The entire sky became desolate. The earth rumbled, and countless cracks appeared. There was a deathly aura under the cracks, and layers of wrinkles piled up. It was as if the earth was rapidly aging. All of this happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. In the blink of an eye, the time hex collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the time restriction vortex swept by and turned into an unimaginable destructive force that shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the echo of the word "one" was still echoing. Wang Lin activated his cultivation, and a powerful light erupted from his body. In Wang Lin's eyes, the stars, planets, and everything else shined brightly. The light gathered around him to form a giant light shadow. Light and shadow shield. The moment the time storm closed in, the light and shadow shield formed and collided with the storm. The giant light shadow that appeared around Wang Lin flashed rapidly. The time restriction shrouded it, and as they collided, the flow of time around Wang Lin's body increased several-fold. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to resist the time restriction spell. However, Wang Lin also knew the time restriction and had comprehended his second spell, flowing time. The moment the time storm collided, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the world rumbled. A giant stone door suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin. This stone door gave off an endless aura of desolation and fused with Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin was standing on the stone door. No matter how much the world raged, he didn't move at all. Only his long hair and clothes moved without any wind, giving him a sense of elegance. At this moment, the power of the light and shadow shield erupted. As it shined brightly, waves of refracting force were set off. Master Simo's expression changed, and he stepped forward without hesitation. He raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down on the void at Wang Lin. With his press, a giant, heaven-shaking palm print appeared. This palm print contained the full power of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator, and it contained monstrous killing intent. It broke through the time restriction around the light and shadow shield and landed on the light and shadow shield. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. The light and shadow shield trembled and suddenly collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, Wang Lin let out a roar and formed a second light and shadow shield. This happened repeatedly. In just one short breath, the light and shadow shield appeared 3 times. After 3 times, the shield collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, it reflected a majority of the power of the palm print and the power of time. The power turned into a shockwave that shot toward Master Simo. 2. The voice that came from the void reverberated again. There were only 3 breaths left. Everyone on the planet that was qualified to see this battle with their divine senses didn't think Wang Lin could win in 3 breaths. The moment the word "two" echoed, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The light and shadow shield collapsed, and he was also hit by the impact. He coughed out blood, but he let out a roar and charged forward. The moment he charged out, Wang Lin launched his killing move. His speed was unimaginably fast. The moment he charged out, thunder flashed in Wang Lin's right eye. The thunder mark appeared in his right eye, and 9 accompanying thunder appeared. The thunder roared and formed a giant thunder tattoo before Wang Lin. This thunder tattoo was heaven-shaking. The thunder essence inside was powerful, and the 9 accompanying thunders rumbled. The last 3 accompanying thunders were the extreme tribulation thunder, bloodline thunder, and fate-defying thunder. These 3 thunder marks erupted with great power, causing the thunder tattoo to shine brightly. In an instant, countless silver snakes suddenly appeared in the entire world. Thunder and lightning intersected and filled the entire sky. All of them gathered towards the lightning diagram. This 100,000-foot thunder tattoo was heaven-shaking. After it appeared, Wang Lin's hands pushed forward. It attacked Master Simo, just like how he attacked the Great Void Gate in the 3rd step. The thunder tattoo filled the world and charged at Master Simo. Master Simo's expression was extremely serious. What he dreaded the most was Wang Lin's thunder spell. Although he had never seen or fought against Wang Lin's thunder spell, just the scene on the Zhen Yin clan's cultivation planet was enough to shock him. The moment he saw the thunder diagram, the scene of the Zhen Yin clan attacking the Void Gate appeared in his mind. His hands formed a seal, and with a wave of his hand, the time restriction immediately turned into a storm that enveloped his body. Let's see if your thunder is stronger or if the old man's time restriction is sharper. Wang Lin moved like thunder and pushed the thunder tattoo forward. It absorbed the endless thunder and lightning that had gathered. It was as if he was supporting the thunder of the heavens. It turned into a bolt of immortal thunder and shot toward Master Simo like divine retribution. The 2 of them got closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. At this moment, the voice that came from the void once again sounded out. 3. The moment the word 3 echoed in his mind, Wang Lin's body fused with the thunder tattoo. He disappeared and collided with Master Simo's time restriction. A thunderous rumble echoed in all directions. Under this powerful impact, Master Simo's restriction trembled and immediately collapsed. It was as if it was being torn apart by a powerful force. As the thunder restriction moved, it was pushed back toward Master Simo. As the thunder restriction was pushed back, the thunder tattoo closed in. All of this happened too fast. In a flash, the thunder tattoo landed on Master Simo's chest. Master Simo's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated. Crackling sounds echoed from his chest, causing Master Simo's injuries to become even more serious as he retreated. His eyes were filled with terror. Although he had overestimated Wang Lin's thunder restriction, he still couldn't believe it was the kind of thunder that could split the heavens and earth. Even the passage of time was about to collapse before this thunder restriction. Wang Lin was also swept by the time restriction when the thunder restriction and the time restriction collided. His face instantly aged, and in the blink of an eye, he looked like an old man. However, endless vitality erupted from Wang Lin's body, and the passage of time reversed. His aged appearance disappeared, and he returned to normal. However, his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that this battle against the avatar of a 3rd-step cultivator was extremely difficult for him. Seeing Master Simo retreat, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and monstrous killing intent surged. He took a step forward and was about to give chase. But at this moment, the voice from the void reverberated through the world once again. 4. Before the voice finished speaking, Wang Lin's roar interrupted it. He moved like a ray of light and caught up to the retreating Master Simo. He waved his hand. A golden pill the size of a fingernail appeared from the void and closed in on Master Simo at an unimaginable speed. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Master Simo. Before the golden pill could get any closer, Wang Lin roared without hesitation, "Explode!" Before his roar dissipated, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed. It was as if a cultivation planet was exploding, and a destructive force erupted from within. Master Simo was too close, so he coughed out blood once more. His eyes were filled with terror. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have such a powerful treasure. At this moment, he was hit by the explosion of the golden pill. His flesh felt like it was going to be torn apart, and even his bones were going to break. If it wasn't for the fact that his original body was a 3rd-step cultivator and he had spent a lot of time and effort to create this avatar, his body would have collapsed. If it was an ordinary cultivator their body would have collapsed. This avatar was refined by Master Simo after he noticed that his cultivation level had stagnated at the early stage of Nirvana Void. He didn't have many Tao spirits, so his avatar had become a third-step cultivator. He didn't want to improve his own spells. At this moment, his avatar was thrown back by the explosion of the pill. Wang Lin closed in and waved his right hand. The blazing fire mutation crystal that had been compressed countless times flew out. Explode. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the blazing fire mutation crystal closed in on Master Simo. The moment the golden pill collapsed, the second wave of destruction began. Although all of this took a long time, it all happened in an instant. Not good. The armored dragon patriarch's divine sense was closely watching the battle. When he saw this, his expression changed greatly. During these 3 days, he had taken an 8-hour flight and a 7-hour bus ride. Yesterday, he had gone from Nanning to the North Sea, and today, he had gone back to Nanning from the North Sea. His body was about to explode. He didn't have time to write it all. Today, he was riding on the bus, and when he got off, he felt dizzy. Fortunately, he was going home tomorrow. Since he had promised, the explosion would begin the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1381. The shockwave from the collapse of the golden pill was still there, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. Master Simo was injured by the shockwave, and there was still blood on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, his pupils shrank, and fear he had never felt before filled his eyes. He retreated like crazy, and a sense of death descended. It was as if an invisible pressure was going to crush his body. The collapse of the blazing fire mutation crystal was even more intense than the dragon collapse pill. It contained the fire of the world, and under Wang Lin's control, it had been compressed countless times to form a death force that could threaten a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. Master Simo was injured, and the moment he retreated, Wang Lin's roar shook the world. The blazing fire mutation crystal gave off a blinding light that shrouded the entire cultivation planet. Master Simo let out a miserable scream, and his body began to burn when the light shined on him. The fire was dark blue and didn't burn his clothes, but it burned his flesh and origin soul. That mournful and painful cry was enough to make the heart of anyone who heard it tremble. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After taking 2 of Wang Lin's killing moves, Master Simo was seriously injured, but he didn't die. However, his eyes were unfocused and filled with unprecedented fear. The only thought in his mind was to escape. 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 However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a blood-colored light appeared within the fire. It was as if blood had rushed into the world. At the same time, a sword hymn echoed, and a short sword flew out from the bloodlight toward Master Simo. This short sword was so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and not even divine sense could lock onto it. Its speed seemed to break free from the laws of the world as it closed in on Master Simo. The seriously injured Master Simo couldn't dodge at all, and the blood sword pierced through his chest. Popping sounds echoed inside his body, but he didn't die and quickly retreated. Master Simo's avatar was, after all, a fifth heaven's blight cultivator, so it was not easy to kill him. In order to battle Master Simo, Wang Lin had made full preparations. The dragon collapse pill, the blazing fire mutation crystal, the 10 million rays of sword energy, and the blood sword. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had used everything he had, but he still couldn't kill a fifth heaven's blight cultivator in one fell swoop. However, to be able to seriously injure Master Simo to this degree, Wang Lin could be considered a hero in the inner and outer realms. It has to be said that he had only completed one essence. If he completed the second, third, fourth, or fifth essences, then even if he hadn't opened the Void Gate, he would be able to fight a third-step cultivator. Seeing that Master Simo hadn't died, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. He was about to use a spell to chase after Master Simo, but just at this moment, the voice from before echoed. How can my fallen land be a place where you can come and go as you please? As these words echoed, Master Simo had already escaped into the horizon. Ripples echoed around him, and he was about to escape. However, just at this moment, the sky distorted and an invisible shockwave appeared, forming a giant vortex. Just as Master Simo's figure was about to dissipate, a finger pierced out from the vortex and mercilessly pressed down on Master Simo. This finger was too big, as if it was as tall as the world. It was formed by the shockwave and looked transparent, but it was still different from the sky. At this moment, its speed was indescribable, and it closed in on Master Simo. It was as if it was going to poke a hole in the earth and collapse the stars. As Master Simo let out a cry of despair, the finger landed on Master Simo's body. He couldn't dodge or escape. It was as if an indescribable force had appeared in the world and froze all his movements. Even if he wanted to escape, it was completely stopped. At the end of the finger, Master Simo's body trembled and he coughed out blood. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his body and spread across his body. Eventually, his body collapsed into countless fragments, and his origin soul also shattered and dissipated along with his flesh and blood. The wind blew by, bringing with it the smell of blood. It spread out and lingered for a long time. The voice that came from the void did not appear again. As the finger slowly returned to the vortex in the sky, it eventually disappeared. The world gradually returned to normal, as if nothing had happened before. The cultivation planet was completely silent. The Fire Sparrow clan elder and his clan members stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. They were still in a state of disbelief and horror. The Armor Dragon clan's junior patriarch's expression was extremely ugly. There was a hint of panic and regret in his eyes. He quickly retreated and stood beside his father. "Father, this matter is not good. This person seems to be favored by the great emperor." His father, the Armored Dragon clan's patriarch, had a gloomy expression as he looked at the sky and interrupted his son. "What are you panicking about? To be able to seriously injure Master Simo's Fifth Heaven's Blight avatar and force him to retreat, he is indeed very strong. I'm not his match, but I'm a ninth elder of the Fallen Council and am loyal to the Great Emperor. This is a mere outsider. Not to mention the Great Emperor didn't give him 5 breaths of time. Even if he did, if he provoked the old man, the Great Emperor would still kill him. He doesn't dare to cause trouble for the old man. If I were him, I would immediately leave and find a place to heal." Wang Lin floated in the air and took a deep breath. Although the battle with Master Simo's avatar was short, it had been very dangerous, and he had also suffered injuries. What made Wang Lin wary was the Great Emperor's attitude. Although Master Simo's avatar is seriously injured, to be able to kill him with one finger, this Great Emperor's cultivation is definitely higher than Taoist waters. I wonder how he compares to Tao Master Blue Dream. And this person is clearly helping me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to leave. After all, his injuries needed to be healed immediately. However, when Wang Lin's gaze landed on the planet, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The ninth elder of the Fallen Council. If he dares to help Master Simo, he will be my enemy. Ninth elder. I want to see where the Great Emperor's bottom line is. Wang Lin was a vengeful person. It was fine if he didn't provoke others, but once someone provoked him, Wang Lin would rarely let it go. At this moment, he let out a cold snort and charged toward the Armored Dragon clan like a meteor. He was very fast, like a ray of light piercing through the sky. This caused the expressions of all the cultivators on the planet to change greatly. After seeing the battle between Wang Lin and Master Simo, no one dared to stop him. The Armored Dragon clan's young master's face turned pale, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. He exclaimed, "Father!" The Armored Dragon patriarch's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly complained. He didn't expect Wang Lin to really dare to cause trouble for him. Although he was shocked, when he thought about Wang Lin's injuries, his expression became ferocious. All second-step members of the Armored Dragon clan, stop any outsiders from taking half a step into our clan. His voice was mighty and spread out. Immediately, auras rose from the armored dragon race. Nearly 10 second-step cultivators flew out and were about to stop him. However, just at this moment, the world rumbled and the meteor formed by thunder closed in. Wang Lin took a step and appeared above the armored dragon clan. The moment the second-step cultivators got up, his right hand mercilessly pressed down. "Scram for me." A cold voice shook the world. As Wang Lin's palm pressed down, the world rumbled and a giant palm print appeared. It smashed down like crazy. The 10 second-step cultivators of the armored dragon clan coughed out blood and were knocked back when they touched the palm print. 3 of them even directly collapsed. They couldn't stop it at all. They allowed the palm print to pass through and land on the earth. The earth trembled violently, and the entire armored dragon clan immediately collapsed. A mere small clan dares to scheme against Wang Lin? You are simply courting death. Wang Lin sneered as he landed. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at the pale father and son of the armored dragon clan. The armored dragon patriarch's eyes were filled with terror. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be so powerful despite being injured. He wasn't confident he could withstand that palm just now. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Thunder and lightning immediately condensed. The armored dragon patriarch's expression changed greatly. He grabbed his son and immediately retreated. He screamed, "You dare to kill me? I'm the 9th elder of the Fallen Council and was personally appointed by the Great Emperor. Forget killing me. Even if you injure me, the Great Emperor will tear you to pieces." It was at this point that a beam of sword light suddenly appeared off in the distance. The sword light was shocking, and from a distance, it looked like a beam of light that blotted out the sky as it shot toward them. When the armored dragon patriarch saw this ray of sword energy, the panic in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with ecstasy. The Great Emperor's messenger. Haha, the Great Emperor's messenger has arrived. You're just an outsider, yet you dare to provoke my fallen council? Today you're dead. Not only was the armored dragon patriarch pleasantly surprised, but his son also let out a sigh of relief. His face was also filled with joy. Wang Lin raised his head, but he wasn't in a rush to attack. Instead, he coldly looked over. A middle-aged man wearing scarlet walked out from the ray of sword energy. This person didn't give off any aura of cultivation, so even Wang Lin couldn't detect it. It was clear that he cultivated a top cultivation method. The 9th elder of the Fallen Council greets the Great Emperor's messenger. Since the messenger has arrived, you must uphold justice for me. The armored dragon patriarch was extremely respectful and clasped his hands. His son also became respectful. The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand, and a red jade appeared in his hand. Order from the Great Emperor. The armored dragon patriarch's expression changed, and he lowered his head even more respectfully. Strip the armored dragon patriarch of his right to be the 9th elder of the Fallen Council and bestow him a pill. Take it immediately. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a black pill flew toward the armored dragon patriarch. The armored dragon patriarch's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He stood there in a daze and stared at the black pill floating before him. Poison life pill. This. The middle-aged man's expression was calm, and he slowly said, "There are some people you can't provoke or scheme against. You will need to pay the price." After he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Wang Lin. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "This subordinate greets the young emperor." Chapter 1382. Young Emperor. When the armored dragon patriarch heard this, he felt like his chest had been hit and his face turned pale. He stared at Wang Lin with shock and bitterness in his eyes. Not only him, but the young master of the armored dragon patriarch's face was also deathly pale. His mind trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but his expression didn't change at all. His cold gaze swept past the messenger. Young Emperor? The middle-aged messenger still had a respectful smile on his face. He quickly bowed and clasped his hands. The great emperor has already passed down an order to all the clans in the fallen land. You are the young emperor personally appointed by the great emperor. In the fallen land, you are above Elder San. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he didn't speak. At this moment, the armored dragon patriarch bitterly held the pill. After pondering for a long time, he whispered to the great emperor's messenger, "Messenger, sir, can you spare the life of the old man's only son?" The messenger's smile disappeared and was replaced with indifference. He slowly said, "I only came to deliver the pill and pass the great emperor's order. As for the life and death of others, it has nothing to do with me." The armored dragon patriarch's eyes were filled with despair as he looked at his son, who was in a panic. He clenched his teeth and bowed at Wang Lin. His voice was filled with bitterness and respect as he said, Young Emperor, I offended you before. I hope the young emperor will show mercy and let my son go. I'll take responsibility for everything." After he said that, he suddenly raised his head and his right hand reached out, grabbing his son. The Armored Dragon clan's young master was startled and let out a miserable scream. His father's origin energy entered his body like a hot knife through butter. Popping sounds echoed as all the meridians in his body were destroyed and his origin soul was destroyed. His cultivation was crippled and he became immortal. Intense pain came from the body of the young master of the Armored Dragon clan. He coughed out blood and his face turned ashen. The world around him distorted as strands of aura leaked out from his body. Under the intense pain, he fainted. The patriarch of the Armored Dragon race bowed and begged, "Young Emperor, my son's cultivation has already been crippled. From now on, he will never be able to cultivate again, let alone threaten the young emperor. Please give him a way out." Wang Lin was silent for a moment before he nodded. The Armored Dragon patriarch revealed a grateful expression. He waved his right hand and sent his unconscious son to a safe place on the ground. Then he took a deep breath and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth and turned into a black flame that rushed into his body. This black flame gave off a demonic feeling as it burned like crazy inside his body. In just an instant, it burned his origin soul, flesh, and bones. From the outside, the patriarch of the Armored Dragon clan was completely red with a hint of black. Black flames erupted from every pore of his body, turning him into a black fireball. After the flames dissipated, there was nothing left. What kind of fire is this? Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The entire cultivation planet was completely silent. Many people saw this, and their minds trembled. The might of a great emperor was like a god in the fallen land, and no one dared to refute it. In particular, the surrounding Armored Dragon clan members all revealed fear in their eyes and lowered their heads. A Fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator would be considered a hero in the inner realm, and even in the outer realm, he would be an elder of a large clan with a high status. However, in the fallen land, he didn't dare to resist at all and swallowed the poison pill. The might of a great emperor has clearly been deeply engraved in their hearts. The reason he gave the Armored Dragon patriarch the poison pill to die is to show me, to indirectly give me a warning. The death of the Armored Dragon patriarch meant that this matter was over. The middle-aged man revealed a smile once more as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "The Armored Dragon clan can't be without a leader. I hope young emperor can decide on the new patriarch." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but his expression remained calm. He casually pointed at a young man at the Nirvana Scryer stage and said, "This person." The young man was still trembling from the death of his patriarch and the might of a great emperor. When Wang Lin pointed at him, he was startled for a moment and entered trance. It was as if one moment he was in the sea of hell, but the next moment he had ascended to the celestial realm. This drastic change was so great that he didn't even have time to react. He wasn't the person with the highest cultivation level in the Armored Dragon clan. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never become the patriarch of the Armored Dragon clan. He would only be an elder. However, when Wang Lin pointed at him, a monstrous wave was set off in the young man's heart. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He quickly took a step forward and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. His voice trembled as he said, Many thanks for the young emperor's recognition. From now on, Junior's Armored Dragon clan will obey the young emperor's command, even if the entire clan is exterminated. Junior. Wang Lin waved his hand and interrupted this person's words. He calmly said, Take out all your dragon collapse pills, blazing fire mutation crystals, and puppets. I'm going to take them all. The young man quickly nodded. Forget Wang Lin asking him to take out these treasures. Even if Wang Lin wanted the origin souls of the Armored Dragon clan members, he wouldn't hesitate to take them out. Being able to become the patriarch of the Armored Dragon clan was a great fortune for this young man. At this moment, he had automatically ignored the death of the previous patriarch and was immersed in excitement. He even wanted to curry favor with Wang Lin. The middle-aged man clasped his hands at Wang Lin and smiled. Young Emperor, I'll be leaving first. I have to report to the Great Emperor. With that, he flipped his right hand to take out a green jade pendant and respectfully handed it over to Wang Lin. Young Emperor, the Great Emperor asked me to give this jade pendant to you. It represents your identity. With this jade pendant, it is the same as the Great Emperor's personal arrival. No one in the Fallen Land would dare to harm you. The Great Emperor also said that you have to attend the Fallen Elder selection 3 months from now. After the messenger handed over the jade pendant, he respectfully clasped his hands and left. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin held the jade pendant and carefully looked at it. The material of the jade pendant was very ordinary, but there was the word Emperor on it. The strokes of the word were very simple, and it gave off an ancient aura. Wang Lin could clearly feel a strange force coming from it. Outside the Fallen Star System, in the ancient star system, the moment Master Simo's avatar died, Master Simo's original body suddenly opened his eyes inside the spatial crack. The moment he opened his eyes, there was a bright flash of light. It was like a bolt of lightning flashed across the dark crack in the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the surroundings, as if the crack in the void was about to collapse. A tyrannical aura erupted from Master Simo's body. It turned into a storm around his body and quickly spread out. Master Simo's clothes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. His expression was gloomy and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. What replaced it was powerful killing intent and coldness. The death of his avatar had no effect on his cultivation. He had refined the avatar so that when he couldn't break through, he could cultivate another third-step cultivator. However, the death of his avatar had ruined his plan and caused the idea he had been planning for a long time to collapse. As a result, his countless years of hard work had been destroyed. Great Emperor of the Fallen Land. Master Simo clenched his teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. There is also that Thunder Cultivator Jr. Aside from his Thunder essence, he also has a trace of his Fire essence. Also, how did he know my name? Could this person be from the inner realm? Master Simo's eyes lit up and his right hand mercilessly tore at the void. A thunderous rumble echoed and a gap was torn open. Master Simo stood up and took a step forward. His right hand reached at the gap and he shouted, 7-colored God Void Nail, appear for me. 7-colored light suddenly shot out from the crack. The light was 100,000 feet long, and the moment it appeared, it spread out in all directions. It lit up the dark space, causing everything here to be enveloped by the 7-colored light. 7-colored nails flew out from the gap and floated before Master Simo. A moment later, a total of 29 7-colored nails circled around Master Simo, causing the 7-colored light to become even stronger. It covered up Master Simo's figure, making it impossible to see him clearly. Everything one could see was the dazzling 7-colored light. The sovereign's seven-colored god, Void Nail, specializes in killing third-step cultivators. I can't resist the great emperor of the fallen land by myself, but if the sovereign council gathers all the third-step cultivators, they will be able to kill him. Everything will depend on the sovereign council's decision. Master Simo waved his right hand, and the seven-colored nails around him disappeared. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. In the fallen starfield, there was a group of cultivators moving quickly. There were nearly 1,000 of them, and their cultivation levels varied. In the middle of the group, there were about a dozen cultivators who had reached the second step, and they were surrounding one person. This person was wearing gorgeous clothes and was an old man. His appearance was ordinary, but he looked extremely gloomy. Esteemed Elder Greedy Wolf, the Dark Scorpion clan's planet is not far away. We have already found out that the ancient scorpion corpse you want is most likely there. The old man, surrounded by people, had an arrogant expression as he nodded and proudly said, "Very good. If this is true, then there will be benefits for all of you." After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators all revealed looks of joy. If someone else had said this, they wouldn't have revealed such joy. But the person who spoke was the Greedy Wolf. Over the years, everyone in the Fallen Star system didn't know the Greedy Wolf. The Greedy Wolf wouldn't go to a place without treasures. This sentence had been proven by the cultivators of the Fallen Land time and time again. The benefits from this person were never inferior. Today, I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1383. Most of the cultivators in the Fallen Land knew about the Greedy Wolf. This person's origin was mysterious, and no one knew when he first appeared in the Fallen Land. His cultivation level was ordinary, only at the Nirvana Scryer stage. However, this person had repeatedly performed shocking feats. The pills and treasures he had taken out had set off one storm after another in the Fallen Land. Although the Greedy Wolf's cultivation level wasn't high, he was extremely slippery. In addition, his spells were very strange and powerful, and he had treasures to protect himself. Even someone with a higher cultivation level would find it very difficult to capture him alive. In particular, this person was good at escaping. In a flash, his speed would increase by 97 times, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The Greedy Wolf was extremely cautious and would escape without any hesitation the moment the situation turned bad. As a result, he rarely encountered danger. As time passed, for some unknown reason, the Greedy Wolf's cultivation level steadily increased. He had unknowingly become a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, and his spells became even more strange and unpredictable. This gradually attracted the attention of some powerful cultivators in the Fallen Land. They became interested and began to hunt the Greedy Wolf. Just when everyone thought the Greedy Wolf was going to die, the Greedy Wolf unexpectedly took out many treasures he had never used before. Every single treasure had heaven-shaking spells. The 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that were chasing him were injured by the Greedy Wolf's treasures, and one of them was even killed. The remaining 2 escaped with serious injuries. This matter set off a monstrous wave in the Fallen Land. This matter was simply unbelievable. A Nirvana Cleanser cultivator not only survived the pursuit of 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, but he even killed one of them. The name of the Greedy Wolf spread across the Fallen Land like a storm. However, the clan that lost the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator was also angry. Although they didn't have a fallen elder, they were still very powerful. In order to kill the Greedy Wolf, they'd send out a powerful First Heaven's Blight cultivator. A First Heaven's Blight cultivator killing a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was like a tiger stepping on an ant. This matter caused an uproar at that time. However, just when everyone thought that Ravenous Wolf would not be able to escape this calamity, another miracle happened to him. The Greedy Wolf took out a magic treasure. There were countless rumors about this magic treasure, and most of them described it as a broken statue. The moment this statue appeared, the entire Fallen Land rumbled. Clouds covered the star domain, and roars that seemed to come from ancient times echoed. The First Heaven's Blight cultivator was killed by this treasure. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the destructive power shocked all the Heaven's Blight cultivators. This power was enough to destroy a third Heaven's Blight cultivator. Even if it was the fourth Blight, it would take a lot of effort to be fine. However, no one knew if the greedy wolf had anything stronger than this treasure. After all, the greedy wolf had countless treasures on him. This kind of treasure was beyond everyone's imagination. They couldn't even imagine how there could be a treasure that could be used by a Nirvana cleanser cultivator to kill a Heaven's Blight cultivator. After this battle, the greedy wolf disappeared without a trace. Rumor had it that the great emperor appreciated him and went looking for the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf took the opportunity to offer another treasure. After the great emperor accepted it, he gave the greedy wolf a pill to increase his cultivation level. A few years later, when the greedy wolf reappeared, his cultivation level was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. His reappearance caught the attention of some fourth Heaven's Blight cultivators in the Fallen Land. In the dark, a fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator coveted this person's treasure and tried to steal it. However, in the end, he was seriously injured and retreated. As a result, the greedy wolf's name became famous once more, and no one dared to have any ideas about him. The rumor that the greedy wolf had a lot of treasures gradually spread. Moreover, in addition to divine abilities and magic treasures, Greed also had another ability. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be heavenly treasures. Even if it was a desolate star, if he appeared, he would be able to find magic treasures that would shock everyone. It was because of this that the greedy wolf didn't go to places without treasure spread. Aside from treasures and his talent for finding treasures, the greedy wolf also had a reverse scale. If anyone mentioned it or showed a strange expression, they would suffer his revenge. This reverse scale was the smell on his body. It was unknown what kind of spell Greed had cultivated, but wherever he went, a stench would fill the air. Even from far away, one could clearly smell it, and it would linger for a long time. At this moment, the dozen or so cultivators around the greedy wolf also clearly smelled the unbearable stench, but they didn't dare to reveal any abnormality and remained respectful. The group of people moved very fast and soon saw the cultivation planet the Dark Scorpion clan was on. The greedy wolf's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the cultivation planet in the distance. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Back then, he had narrowly escaped death to arrive in the outer realm. He had relied on his own strength to achieve what he had today. His cultivation level was countless times stronger than before, and even his treasures had changed. There were even a few treasures that he had exchanged his life for, and they were extremely powerful. The current him was no longer a small figure in the inner realm. If he could go back, his status would be extremely high. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement. The stench on his body was like a shadow that lingered in his heart. He could no longer smell it, but every time he saw the expressions of the people around him, it almost made him go crazy. In order to dissipate this stench, he had thought of many methods, but this stench was deeply rooted in his origin soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. This pain had tortured him to this day. This made the greedy wolf's hatred for Wang Lin, Tian Yunzi, and Wang Yu reach a peak. Tian Yunzi, if it wasn't for you all forcing me to go to the Luo Tian clan, how could I have ended up in such a miserable state? And that Wang Yu, the old man swore he would tear her to pieces. The most important thing is that Wang Lin, this person is the nemesis of me, the greedy wolf. He stole all my treasures. My teleportation furnace, my ancient thunder dragon, my mountain and river painting, my soul-sucking celestial mountain, and all the treasures I collected over tens of thousands of years were all stolen by him. Every time he thought about this, the greedy wolf's heart would ache. However, aside from his hatred for Wang Lin, there was also a deep shadow in his heart. After fighting Wang Lin several times, he felt extreme dread toward Wang Lin. This dread had become fear as time passed. Although his cultivation level had increased, this fear hadn't dissipated at all. Instead, it had become even stronger. He didn't know why, but every time he thought about Wang Lin, his heart trembled. My nemesis. On the Suzaku, the treasure I fancied, the heaven-defying bead, was stolen by this person. In the demon spirit land, my cultivation level was clearly higher than his, but in the end, he devoured my ancient thunder dragon. My thunder dragon. That was the ancient thunder dragon that had followed me since I was a child. If that ancient thunder dragon was still there, I could have completely refined it and become a thunder cultivator. Under the pressure of Tian Yunzi and company, I went to the Luo Tian to find this person. However, I was devoured by that damn Wang Yu. While suffering, I met this Wang Lin. He stole the furnace, stole the mountain and river painting, stole everything. When I was about to escape from Wang Yu's mouth, he stopped me, causing me to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, the heavens have eyes and allowed me, the greedy wolf, to escape and hide on a cultivation planet. The greedy wolf often recalled the past, especially his time with Wang Lin. That was the source of his pain. He had spent his entire life searching for treasures, but everything he had was stolen from Wang Lin, and he almost died. This was a nightmare he couldn't get rid of. Now that I've changed my treasures, my cultivation level is far higher than before, and my treasures are countless times stronger than before. I don't believe that you, Wang Lin, can escape from the inner realm and come to the fallen land to steal my treasures. If everything in this world can be so coincidental, then you, Wang Lin, will really be my nemesis. The greedy wolf sneered. He didn't think what he was thinking could become a reality. In his view, it was simply impossible. The cloud escape race has a treasure that might be able to make my scent disappear. However, this treasure can't be taken away from the cloud escape race. I can only stay with them and become their consecrator until I completely understand it. At that time, this world is big, and I can leave at any time. I definitely won't run into my nemesis. Right now, I've studied 70% to 80% of this treasure. As long as I find the legendary ancient scorpion corpse of the Dark Scorpion clan, I'm 90% confident I can dispel Wang Yu's stench. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through the greedy wolf's mind, but he was filled with melancholy. In particular, when he looked back at his life, he felt even more sadness. My treasures from back then, nemesis, fated nemesis. Fortunately, the old man is in the outer realm, so he won't encounter his nemesis. Otherwise, all my treasures would have to change owners again. The greedy wolf's dread toward Wang Lin came from the nightmares from back then. Even though his cultivation level was high, he still couldn't dispel the nightmares. He felt a faint fear toward Wang Lin. It was just like a bird that was once injured by an arrow and was on the verge of death. In the end, even though it survived and became stronger, and even became the leader of the birds, the scene of it being injured was deeply engraved in its heart, and it would never disappear for the rest of its life. In fact, when it heard the sound of a bow, its heart would tremble. This was a crack in its Tao heart. Unless the greedy wolf could personally kill Wang Lin and destroy this nightmare, he would be a frightened bird for the rest of his life. Thank you, silly girl 1314, for supporting the renegade immortal celestial. You have spared no effort to become the alliance leader and be one step ahead of Wang Lin to become a third-step cultivator. Continue to write. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 1384. Wang Lin quickly moved through the stars. He left the Armor Dragon clan's planet and took everything the clan had accumulated. There was a large amount of dragon collapse pills and blazing fire mutation crystals in his storage space. There were also many puppets, and the one with the highest cultivation level had reached the first Heaven's Blight. These were all the savings of the Armored Dragon clan, and now the new patriarch had offered them all. As he moved, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pondered. During his battle with Master Simo, the mysterious Great Emperor suddenly appeared and gave him the title of Young Emperor. Does the Great Emperor have any connection with the Four Divine Sect? If so, who is he? If not, then why is this person treating me like this? Also, he only gave me the jade and has no intention of meeting me. What kind of thoughts are hidden in this? Wang Lin frowned and moved faster and faster. This person only said 5 breaths of time, which was within my expectations. After all, my battle with Master Simo might have lured him out. Master Simo chased me here, and according to the rules of the Fallen Land, he should have been punished and driven out of the Fallen Land. However, the great emperor killed Master Simo's avatar. If it was just driving him out, it would have been fine, but killing him was a clear indication of his attitude. After all, Master Simo is a third-step cultivator. The great emperor must have shown his attitude to the sovereign council. It is obvious that the great emperor changed his mind during those few breaths. At first, he only wanted to watch from the side, but in the end, he personally participated. What exactly made him change his mind? Wang Lin pondered even more, and he suddenly stopped. He thought of a possibility. I have the power of 5 essences. This great emperor's cultivation is very high, so he might be able to see through me. Or perhaps the blazing fire mutation crystal that I used at the end revealed the power of fire essence. If this great emperor is really related to the 4 divine sect, he would naturally be able to tell that I am the vermilion bird. Perhaps these 2 possibilities were the real reasons why he had changed his mind. However, all of this is just my conjecture. Whether it's the truth or not, I'm not sure. Moreover, he punished the patriarch of the armor dragon race through the mouth of that emissary to show his might to me. Finally, he told me to go to the Fallen Elder selection in 3 months. This matter is very strange. I'll go there in 3 months and see what the great emperor's goal is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he withdrew his thoughts. He stepped forward and used spatial bending to charge toward the Dark Scorpion Clan's planet. The Greedy Wolf's group was very fast, and they were very close to the Dark Scorpion Clan's planet. The thousands of rays of light created ripples as they flew toward the Dark Scorpion Clan's planet. A moment later, the thousands of rays of light descended. The hundreds of cultivators broke through the atmosphere of the planet like a hot knife through butter and charged down. The Greedy Wolf was surrounded by everyone. He had an arrogant expression as he descended. On the Dark Scorpion Clan's planet, the sky changed colors and the clouds scattered. It was as if someone had torn open a giant rift in the sky and rays of sword energy flew out. The expressions of all the cultivators on the planet changed greatly. They looked at the sky with fear in their eyes. The world rumbled. As the sky changed, the earth trembled as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of the cultivators charging out. The Dark Scorpion Clan's new gathering spot was outside Wang Lin's cave. At this moment, Chung Ta-hung had his hands behind his back and was scolding a few members of the Dark Scorpion Clan. The old man named Zhang followed behind Zhong Big Red. His expression was respectful, and there was even a hint of pride in his expression. This was especially so when he saw the Dark Scorpion race members, who had higher cultivation levels than him, not daring to speak under Zhong Big Red's scolding. All of them trembled in fear, and he felt even more satisfied. It's not that I'm scolding you, but look at yourselves. How many days has it been? How many days has it been? I asked you to scout for information, but you didn't even let out a fart. When Master returns and questions you, will you be able to bear the responsibility? Oof. Chung Ta-hung waved his sleeves and let out a cold snort. His cold snort caused the expressions of the Dark Scorpion Clan members to turn pale. One of them hesitated a bit before clasping his hands and saying, "This matter." Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed greatly, and he looked up at the sky. At this moment, all the members of the Dark Scorpion Clan beside him looked up in shock. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch, who was cultivating in a valley outside Wang Lin's cave, had returned early under Wang Lin's command. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened and were filled with terror. His body flickered, and he flew into the air. Chung Ta-hung was also startled and looked up at the sky. At this moment, his face turned pale, and fear appeared in his eyes. The old man, named Zhang beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air and stood there in a daze. The entire sky rippled as if it had turned into the sea, setting off monstrous waves. Rays of sword light sped over from afar, and along with them, There was a roaring sound that came from afar. At first, this sound was weak, but it soon became earth-shattering like a roar. The Yundan people have come here to find something. We will use this planet for 3 months. All members of the Dark Scorpion clan must immediately leave this place without delay. A low roar came from the thousands of rays of sword energy in the sky. It turned into a thunderous rumble that echoed like crazy. Yundan people, what are you doing? Although my Dark Scorpion clan is small, we are still one of the fallen clans. You? The patriarch's expression changed greatly, and he quickly spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, a cold snort descended from the sky. Noisy. This voice was cold, and it immediately suppressed all the thunderous rumbles. At the same time, a person walked out from the thousands of cultivators in the sky. The moment this person appeared, his cultivation surged and a stench spread out. This stench was so strong that it caused the patriarch of the Dark Scorpion clan to retreat a few steps and exclaim, "Greedy wolf!" This stench was very strong and lingered for a long time. It enveloped the earth and caused many members of the Dark Scorpion clan to almost vomit. Chung Ta-hung's cultivation level wasn't high enough, and he didn't know the identity of the greedy wolf. When he was surrounded by this stench, he began to vomit. This caused the greedy wolf's expression to become extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeve, and the sky changed colors. A huge fan suddenly appeared, and light flowed from it. After it appeared, it waved forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the ground trembled. Mountains collapsed one by one. Even Wang Lin's cave collapsed at this moment. The hundreds of members of the Dark Scorpion clan couldn't resist the wind. They all coughed out blood, and their bodies were thrown back like leaves. The patriarch of the Dark Scorpion clan struggled bitterly, but his body was involuntarily pushed back. The earth collapsed, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. The old man named Zhang coughed out blood and fainted. His body was thrown far away and disappeared without a trace. The power of the fan shocked all the cultivators here. Chung Ta-hung was caught by a powerful force and was pulled in front of the greedy wolf. The closer he got to the greedy wolf, the stronger the stench became. When Chung Ta-hung was hit by this stench, his expression became extremely ugly. The greedy wolf stared at Chung Ta-hung and slowly said, "Does it stink?" "It's not smelly, it's not smelly." Big Red's mind trembled, and he quickly endured the stench. After he finished speaking, he was afraid that the other person wouldn't believe him. So he clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. His face revealed an intoxicated expression. However, this breath was like drawing legs on a snake, and he vomited again. Seeing the cold, killing intent in the greedy wolf's eyes, Chung Ta-hung struggled and screamed, "My master's cultivation is high. If you kill me, you will die without a doubt." The patriarch of the Dark Scorpion clan couldn't even withstand a single spell from my master. "Although your cultivation is high, you are not my master's match." The greedy wolf sneered. "Master must be on his way back and can return at any time. If you dare to touch me, you will die without a doubt. The Dark Scorpion clan became my master's slave because they injured me, and you will be the same." At this moment of life and death, Chung Ta-hung was ready to risk it all and roared, "Your cultivation is high. If you didn't say that, it wouldn't have mattered. However, since you have a master, then the old man wants to see what kind of ability your master has. This servant has offended the old man, and my master is also at fault. Anyone who touches my reverse scale must die." The greedy wolf waved his right hand and sent a strand of origin energy into Chung Ta-hung's body. This caused Chung Ta-hung to cough out blood. His body almost collapsed, and he fell to the ground not far away. If your master and servant were members of the Dark Scorpion clan, then the old man wouldn't be able to kill you. However, since they aren't, then I want to see how your master will kill me without a doubt. The greedy wolf waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind appeared once more. It swept the surrounding Dark Scorpion clan members away from the planet. After doing all of this, the greedy wolf waved his sleeves and proudly said to the surrounding Yundan people, "All of you stay here with the old man and wait for that servant's master. I'll let you all see the power of the greedy wolf, treasure. To be able to see the old man use a treasure in your lifetime is a great fortune for all of you. The old man's treasure is something few people in this world can compare to. I'll let you all see how the old man uses a treasure to kill a heaven's blight cultivator. It will be an unforgettable experience for all of you. The greedy wolf's words were extremely arrogant. He waved his right hand, and 9 ancient stone tablets appeared. The moment these stone tablets appeared, the world changed colors. He waved once more, and 99 more longswords appeared. They surrounded the area and set off a monstrous amount of sword energy. He waved his hand again, and a wave of green light scattered down. When the green light landed on the ground, it caused the ground to tremble. Rumbling sounds rang out, and trees instantly grew out of the ground. These trees were densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a forest on the ground. All of this excited the surrounding Yundan people. To be able to see the greedy wolf use a treasure was something they had dreamed about for a long time. The greedy wolf's treasure is the most rumored in the Fallen Land. Today, we're lucky enough to see it. Perhaps we can comprehend something from it. Rumor has it that the greedy wolf's treasure can kill a heaven's blight cultivator. I have never seen such a treasure before. I don't know what kind of treasure can have such earth-shattering power, but I can finally see it today. The greedy wolf has many treasures, and no one knows all of them. To be able to see it is a great fortune. The surrounding Yundan people were all excited and respectfully nodded. On the ground, Chung Ta-hung stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. He didn't know the identity of the greedy wolf, but when he saw the expressions of the surrounding cultivators, his heart skipped a beat. A proud expression could be seen on Greed's face as he waved his right hand again. Immediately, roaring sounds could be heard from within the forest. The entire forest seemed to awaken and began to twist and distort. Shocking rumbling sounds could be heard, and what the cultivators saw caused them to gasp. As the forest rumbled, it actually sat up from the ground. How was this a forest? This was clearly a creature formed by countless trees. The trees gathered together to form a giant treant that slowly stood up. This treant was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its body was unimaginably large. A powerful aura came from its body as it stood up. The greedy wolf's body flickered, and he stood on the treant's head. His expression became even more arrogant. He raised his right hand once more and waved it. The world rumbled, and a giant rift appeared before him. A huge furnace slowly appeared from within and floated to the side. Emperor Furnace. This is one of the rumored treasures of the greedy wolf, the Emperor Furnace. Rumor has it that when the greedy wolf was still at the Nirvana cleanser stage, he used this treasure to kill one and seriously injure the other two while being chased by 3-peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Greed waved his right hand again. The world changed colors and the wind roared. Black mist appeared out of thin air and moved before him. In the end, it rapidly shrank into a long spear. This lance was made of mist, and the moment it appeared, it gave off a destructive aura. The appearance of these treasures shocked the surrounding cultivators. They all looked at the greedy wolf with awe in their eyes. Even Chung Ta-hung's heart was filled with panic and bitterness. The greedy wolf enjoyed these gazes very much. Under these gazes, he could forget the stench on his body, the humiliation, and the fear of Wang Lin. These are only a small portion of the old man's many treasures. The old man hasn't taken out the truly powerful treasures yet. The old man has so many treasures that not even third-step cultivators can compare to him. Today, all of you are lucky enough to watch carefully and see how long a Heaven's Blight cultivator can last before the old man. Greed's voice echoed out like a flood, causing the surrounding cultivators to grow even more excited. They were filled with incomparable anticipation. Chung Ta-hung's face was pale, and his heart was filled with endless regret. He thought to himself, "It's over. It's over. I didn't expect this person to have so many treasures, and they all look unimaginably powerful." Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, This person has even killed a Heaven's Blight cultivator and is very famous in the Fallen Land. It's over. It's over. Just at this moment, the giant treant under the greedy wolf's feet suddenly raised its head, and its eyes revealed a monstrous green light. The greedy wolf's expression was even more arrogant as he looked up at the sky. The Dharma treasures around him rumbled violently, showing faint signs of being activated. The surrounding cultivators all became excited and looked up at the sky. They were waiting to see the power of the greedy wolf's treasures. At this moment, ripples reverberated in the sky that everyone's gazes were focused on. At the center of those ripples, a figure slowly appeared. This figure was slender and a bit blurry, but it gave off a cold aura that filled the world. The greedy wolf's expression was extremely arrogant, but the moment he saw the blurry figure, his body trembled and his pupils shrank. His heart skipped a beat and his mouth opened wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes. After taking a closer look, his expression changed greatly. He never dreamed that he would see the source of his fear here, the Wang Lin who had stolen all his treasures and become his nightmare. This is impossible. I must be seeing things. The greedy wolf's mind trembled and his body was soaked in cold sweat. A monstrous wave was set off in his heart, and he trembled. As the figure became clearer and the greedy wolf looked again, it was as if a million bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. His eyes bulged and revealed a look of disbelief. The nightmarish scenes in his memory erupted. The ancient thunder dragon was stolen. The teleportation furnace was stolen. The mountain and river painting was stolen. The soul extraction mountain was stolen. And all his treasures were stolen. The memories of all his treasures being stolen erupted like a flash flood in his heart, drowning him in fear and shock. It's him. How could he appear here? This is impossible, impossible. He is in the inner realm. How could he appear in the outer realm? Nemesis, he is my nemesis. He must know that I've changed my treasures and came to steal them. All of this happened in a flash. Just as the figure became clear and took a step forward, just as the surrounding cultivators were filled with excitement and were looking forward to seeing the greedy wolf use his treasures to kill Wang Lin. The greedy wolf let out a scream. His voice was mournful and heaven-shattering. He didn't hesitate to retreat, and his cultivation erupted. The origin energy inside his body surged, and his speed increased more than 90 times. He retreated at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye and couldn't be locked on by divine sense as he escaped. The speed at which he fled was indescribable. He was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. He didn't even have time to put away the magic treasures he had taken out. He fled without a trace. This happened too suddenly. All of the surrounding cultivators, including Big Red, were stunned. What spell did High Priest Greedy Wolf use? He was so fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could it be that he's about to take out some powerful treasure? His scream just now seemed like something was wrong, as if he encountered something terrifying. Why do I feel like High Priest Greedy Wolf is escaping? Greedy Wolf. Wang Lin walked out from the world and was also startled. Monthly votes. Chapter 1386. Wang Lin never thought he would see the greedy wolf in the ancient star system. In his memory, the greedy wolf should have already died. It had died to Wang Yu and was completely extinct. Now that he saw the greedy wolf in the ancient star system, even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but fall into a trance for a moment. When he looked again, the greedy wolf had already escaped without a trace, leaving behind the nearly 1,000 dumbfounded cultivators below. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With the greedy wolf's cultivation level, it should have been impossible for him to charge out of the realm ceiling formation. But now the greedy wolf had appeared here. The greedy wolf's escape speed shocked Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the greedy wolf had already escaped for the cultivation planet. He didn't even have time to take away the treasures on the ground. On the ground, the giant treant formed by the forest stood there in a daze. After losing the control of the greedy wolf, It no longer had any destructive power. Beside the giant treant was a giant furnace that gave off an ancient aura. Before anyone got close, they could feel the terrifying pressure coming from it. On the other side, there was a spear made of black fog. It wasn't completely formed, but it constantly changed between the fog and the spear. In a breath of time, it would change more than 100 times. There were also 9 giant stone tablets that seemed to form a formation. They gave off a ghostly light and formed a tight defense. Outside, there were 99 flying swords rotating around them. They were like countless sword dragons roaming the area, creating a heaven-shaking scene. Wang Lin's gaze swept by all these treasures. He took a deep breath and his pupils shrank. This greedy wolf, I haven't seen him in many years, but he has obtained so many treasures. Wang Lin licked his lips and stepped forward. He didn't even look at the 1,000 cultivators around him as his right hand mercilessly reached down. His right hand immediately turned into a giant hand that shrouded the area below. The 99 flying swords trembled as if Wang Lin's hand was filled with magnetism and sucked in all the flying swords. After grabbing the 99 flying swords, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy that swept by the 99 flying swords. Popping sounds echoed as all the greedy wolf's divine sense imprints on the swords collapsed. The moment the greedy wolf's divine sense was forcibly erased from the 99 flying swords, the greedy wolf fled in panic in a star system far away from the planet. The moment he saw Wang Lin, the greedy wolf had no other thoughts in his mind. He didn't even have time to think about resisting before his subconscious fear of Wang Lin took over his body and mind. Before his brain could think, he used his full speed to escape like crazy. He was worried that if he was too slow, all his treasures would be taken by Wang Lin one by one, just like before. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Now that he had fled to this place, he seemed to have woken up. His body stopped in the starry sky, and his expression flickered with uncertainty. This old man's cultivation level is countless times higher than before. The difference is like heaven and earth. I have even more treasures than before, and they're even more powerful. I'd even dare to battle a heaven's blight cultivator. This old man is merely a junior, Wang Lin. Why am I running? The greedy wolf clenched his teeth and recalled what had just happened. He wasn't angry at Wang Lin. He was angry at himself. This old man isn't going to run anymore. I'll go back and kill this Wang Lin to get revenge. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He turned around and was about to change directions. However, just at this moment, his expression changed greatly. His body trembled and his pupils shrank. The divine sense on the 99 startling swords was forcibly erased. Damn it, what cultivation level is this Wang Lin at to be able to forcibly erase my divine sense imprint? The greedy wolf immediately stopped, and his expression became gloomy. At this moment, he remembered the nightmare from back then. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the greedy wolf stomped his foot. He didn't retreat, but charged toward the cultivation planet Wang Lin was on. However, he only took 3 steps when he suddenly stopped. His face became even more pale and filled with shock. The divine sense imprint on the 9 bone protecting tablets was actually forcibly erased. I obtained the 9 bone protecting tablets outside the mysterious ancient order tomb. No divine sense has been left behind for tens of thousands of years. And after my divine sense imprint was imprinted on them, they're not something an ordinary person can easily erase. How long has it been? He was able to erase the divine sense on them. The greedy wolf hesitated. He had a feeling that the other party's cultivation level was not simple. Damn it! I escaped too fast and didn't even have time to check Wang Lin's cultivation level. However, even if he stole the bone tablets and flying swords, I still have the Emperor Furnace, Fog Devil Spear, and the Heaven Burial Wood Spirit. It's impossible for him to take them in a short period of time. Today, I'm going to risk it all. The greedy wolf's expression was ferocious as he charged out along the escape route. However, in just 3 breaths of time, a popping sound came from the greedy wolf's body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His expression changed greatly. "The fog devil spear has been taken." The greedy wolf's expression was filled with terror. Fear was like a monstrous wave that completely drowned him. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of going back to find trouble with Wang Lin. The thought of escaping once more occupied his mind. Without hesitation, the greedy wolf turned around and charged into the distance at a speed that had increased by more than 90 times. "Nemesis, nemesis! This damn Wang Lin is my nemesis." The greedy wolf's heart was filled with bitterness, unwillingness, and anger. Even more so, he felt a sense of grievance and grievance. Back then, he had finally escaped from Heaven Ascension and experienced a lot of life and death situations. Thanks to a great opportunity, he finally obtained a set of powerful magic treasures. He thought it would be enough to shake the world and create his own world. In fact, he had indeed done it in the Fallen Land. However, this happy life didn't last long before he encountered Wang Lin. The greedy wolf's heart was filled with sadness, and he let out an angry roar as he escaped. After a few breaths of time, the greedy wolf's body trembled, and he coughed out blood once more. He staggered and escaped even faster. To hell with 1,000 blades, 10,000 blades, 100,000 blades, damn nemesis. Even my Emperor Furnace was taken away. My Emperor Furnace. The greedy wolf felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It was as if a hand had reached into his chest and pulled out his flesh. I shouldn't have taken out so many Dharma treasures in front of the Cloud Escape clan cultivators. If I had only taken out one, or none at all. The greedy wolf was filled with regret. His face turned pale, and he let out an angry roar as he escaped. He escaped very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the planet Wang Lin was on. He was heading toward the depths of the Fallen Land. On the Dark Scorpion clan's planet, Wang Lin's giant hand swept by and collected the 9 stone tablets, the fog spear, and the giant furnace. Then his gaze fell on the giant Trayan on the ground. The treasures the greedy wolf obtained this time are much more powerful than before. Just those 99 flying swords are several times more powerful than the treasures in the Slaughter Realm. Also, those 9 stone tablets seem to be made of bones and contain powerful auras. Most importantly, the fog spear contains the aura of an ancient devil. This aura is ancient, as if it has existed for at least tens of thousands of years, or even longer. As for the furnace, it is not simple. The method the greedy wolf used to leave his divine sense was wrong. Just like with the ancient god furnace, he only managed to control a bit of it. In truth, this furnace has a great connection to the ancient demon. Although there is no demonic energy on it, I can vaguely feel that it is related to the ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the giant hand smashed down toward the giant Trant that had lost control of the tree. With a bang, Wang Lin's hand landed on the Trant. The Trant rumbled, but it didn't move at all. Instead, it was Wang Lin's giant hand that was bounced back. A green aura came from the Trant, and under the impact, Wang Lin's giant hand trembled and shattered. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the Trant to have this kind of protection. His palm was enough to kill a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. But not only was the Trant unharmed, it had even counterattacked. It has to be said that this was when there was no one controlling it. If there was someone controlling it, the power of this treasure would increase several-fold. Most of my treasures came from the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf is someone blessed by the heavens. His treasures are enough to shock all cultivators. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out essence origin energy. It turned into a giant net that surrounded the Trant. Then he waved his sleeves, and the Trant was put into his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin turned around to look at the 1,000 cultivators that were shocked by his actions. He let out a cold snort and raised his right hand. A jade token appeared in his hand. Does any of you recognize this? An old man among the 1,000 cultivators immediately trembled when he saw the jade token. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he quickly walked up. After taking a closer look, his face turned ashen and he exclaimed, "Emperor token! Before I return, none of you are allowed to leave. All of you are to wait here." Wang Lin coldly said as he pointed at the excited Cheng Ta Hung and said, "Listen to this person's orders." After giving the order, Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged into the sky. Ripples echoed and he disappeared without a trace. "My body isn't feeling well today, so I don't have time to revise. I won't be fast, but I'll keep writing. Please wait." Chapter 1387. In the starry sky of the fallen land, the greedy wolf turned into a ray of light and fled like crazy. Along the way, he cursed in his heart. It was as if this was the only way to make him feel better. Otherwise, when he thought about how his treasures had been stolen by the same person again, he would go crazy from heartache. At this moment, as the greedy wolf was rushing through the starry sky, a ripple suddenly appeared before him. The moment the greedy wolf saw the ripple, his expression changed greatly. He didn't hesitate to change direction, and his right hand reached out. A palm-sized, withered leaf appeared. The moment the leaf appeared, the greedy wolf grabbed it and mercilessly threw it toward the ripple. One leaf seals the heavens. This withered leaf looked very normal, and there was nothing special about it. However, the moment it fell into the ripples, a burst of yellow light erupted from it, and a powerful sealing force appeared. Suddenly, the withered yellow leaf seemed to enlarge countless times and directly imprinted itself on the starry sky, sealing off the reverberating ripples. No matter how the ripples struggled, they were unable to escape from the boundary of the leaf. After the greedy wolf threw the leaf, he didn't dare to look at the result. His body flickered, and there was a flash of purple light under his feet. Then he turned into 2 clouds of purple fog. The mist rolled and surged, faintly emitting mournful roars, forming 2 huge purple demonic shadows. These 2 demonic shadows looked exactly like the elder devils. With the 2 devils under his feet, the greedy wolf moved even faster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just as his figure disappeared, Wang Lin walked out from the ripple sealed by the leaf. His expression was gloomy, and after he appeared, he mercilessly threw a punch. There was a thunderous bang as Wang Lin's right fist collided with the leaf, but the leaf didn't move at all. There was also a powerful rebound force that charged toward Wang Lin. What kind of leaf is this? Wang Lin's pupils constricted, but he didn't try to fight back. Instead, he took a step back, merging with heaven and earth. He didn't come out of the tree, but rather used spatial shrinking to circle around the tree leaves in pursuit of the greedy wolf. After Wang Lin left, the ripples gradually dissipated, and the leaf also disappeared without a trace with a flash of yellow light. The greedy wolf was charging through the galaxy. The 2 devilish shadows under his feet let out low growls, causing him to move so fast that he could not be seen by the naked eye. As he charged forward, his expression suddenly changed. He lifted his right hand, and the leaf he had thrown out previously appeared in his palm. Looking at the leaves, Greedy Wolf's face revealed a hint of pride. Even a 5th Heaven's Blight cultivator would have to struggle to break the old man's heaven-sealing leaf. "I don't believe this Wang Lin has reached the 5th Heaven's Blight." The greedy wolf put away the leaf and quickly moved forward. A moment later, he suddenly stopped and sneered. He waved his right hand once more, and the leaf flew into the void before him. The moment the leaf fell, ripples echoed in the void. The greedy wolf had used some unknown method to know Wang Lin's exact location in advance. Among my spells, escape is the most powerful. In this world, very few people can compare to me in terms of escaping. If it wasn't for this, with all the treasures I have, I would have been killed countless times. The greedy wolf let out a cold snort and quickly escaped once more. However, at this moment, a ray of blood-red light suddenly appeared in the distance. At first glance, the blood-red light seemed endless, But in the blink of an eye, the blood-red light enveloped the starry sky, and a sharp whistling sound came from it. The greedy wolf's expression changed greatly, and he didn't have time to dodge. The blood-colored light closed in like a flood. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. The monstrous blood-colored light was like a giant mouth that closed in on the greedy wolf at an unimaginable speed. As the blood-red light pierced through Greed's body, a series of banging sounds immediately rang out. There was also the sound of metal colliding with stone that reverberated wildly. A miserable scream echoed, and after the blood-colored light passed by, the greedy wolf was mercilessly thrown back. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. There was a dark light under the clothes on his chest. He was actually wearing a set of armor. At this moment, a large crack appeared on the armor on his chest and spread out. The blood sword around him was knocked back hundreds of feet. As the greedy wolf was thrown back, he waved his right hand, and the two demonic shadows under his feet turned into two strands of black gas. They surrounded his body and formed a black storm. As the storm rotated, it carried the greedy wolf and quickly escaped. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the greedy wolf escaped with the black storm, Wang Lin walked out from where the leaf was sealed. When he appeared, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to reach out with his right hand and grab the leaf. The seriously injured greedy wolf could no longer control the leaf. After Wang Lin grabbed it, Wang Lin immediately placed a large amount of restrictions on it. He didn't have time to study it, so he threw it into his storage space. When he looked up, the greedy wolf had already escaped. Wang Lin's expression was cold, but there was a hint of excitement in it. Interesting. This greedy wolf really has a lot of treasures on him. Every time I meet him, I obtain a great fortune and get a lot of treasures from him. Back then, almost all of his treasures were taken away by me. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect him to have even more treasures today. I have some understanding of this person's personality. If I don't force him, he will rarely take out as many treasures as he did on the cultivation planet. He will only squeeze them out one by one. This person has a lot of secrets. Ignoring where he got these treasures, just how did he enter the ancient star system? That's something I must know. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. The two of them chased and fled through the starry sky, attracting the attention of all the clans in the Fallen Land. However, when they saw how fast the two of them were, they all ignored them. To be able to move this fast, his cultivation level must be very high. While escaping, the greedy wolf cried bitterly in his heart. Wang Lin was like a bone that couldn't be shaken off. Along the way, the greedy wolf had seen through Wang Lin's cultivation level. He vaguely felt that he couldn't resist Wang Lin's cultivation level. However, he did not want to give up without a fight. At this moment, Greed's expression changed again as he charged forward. He sensed the slight changes in the galaxy to his right, and he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. He grabbed at the air, and a black jade bottle appeared in his palm. The jade bottle was icy cold and emitted bursts of demonic energy. There were also some carvings on the outside of the jade bottle. These carvings all looked like ancient devils. The greedy wolf coughed out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Lend me 300 devil souls to seal this person, and I'll return 30,000 souls." The moment his blood touched the jade bottle, it was absorbed by the jade. At the same time, where the greedy wolf was holding the jade bottle, two thorns pierced through the greedy wolf's finger. A large amount of his blood was sucked into the jade bottle. All of this happened in an instant. The purple jade bottle absorbed enough blood, and a sigh that seemed to be unsatisfied immediately came from the jade bottle. At the same time, a large amount of black fog came out from the jade bottle. It was as if the jade bottle had turned into a volcano and was about to erupt. In an instant, the black fog sprayed out and suddenly turned into several ferocious devil souls. These devil souls all had a single horn on their heads. Impressively, they were ancient devils. The eyes of these ancient devils were filled with madness and endless hatred. It was as if they had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and had experienced unimaginable pain. Now that they were released, monstrous resentment filled the air. Mournful roars came from the mouths of these devil souls, and they were heaven-shaking. In the blink of an eye, a total of 300 devil souls appeared around the greedy wolf. Each devil soul gave off the power of a first heaven's blight cultivator. They rotated around the greedy wolf and set off a heaven-shaking devilish storm. Devilish energy filled the area. As it spun, it charged into the starry sky in front of it with loud, rumbling sounds. The moment it closed in, ripples echoed, and Wang Lin's figure appeared. However, before he could appear, the devilish energy storm arrived. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He immediately recognized the ancient devils inside the storm. These ancient demons were extremely similar to Ta Jia in the past. The only difference was that these ancient devils didn't have stars in their left eyes. Instead, they were surrounded by a turbid aura. The moment this aura entered Wang Lin's eyes, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows automatically appeared and rotated. Ancient god aura. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly sense that the swirling airflow in the eyes of the ancient demons that had formed the storm was formed by ancient god power. These 300 ancient devils were sealed by a powerful ancient god. In a flash, Wang Lin's mind became clear. As the ancient devil storm closed in, popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and he let out a roar. Roar. This wasn't a roar made by a spell, but the roar of an ancient god. The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated rapidly, causing a powerful ancient god power to fill his body and turn into a heaven-shaking roar. The power of this roar caused the devil's storm to tremble and stop. It didn't dare to move forward. The 300 ancient devils inside revealed indescribable fear. They could feel the existence of an ancient god from this roar and remembered the memories hidden deep in their memories. The memories turned into a flood that completely submerged them. With a bang, the devil storm collapsed, and the 300 ancient devils scattered in all directions. All of this happened too fast, so fast that the greedy wolf didn't even have time to react. He just stood there in a daze. He didn't understand how his precious treasure could be destroyed by a single roar. I finally know where you, greedy wolf, found these treasures. I didn't expect you to go there. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy as he took a step toward the greedy wolf. I spent the entire afternoon writing these 2 chapters, which was nearly 8 hours. My body isn't feeling well today, so I'm writing slowly. I hope everyone can understand. I don't want to eat. I have no appetite. I can't eat. I'll just keep writing. I don't know when I'll finish the 3rd chapter, but I'll keep writing. Chapter 1388. Nemesis. He is my nemesis. Even treasures are countered by him. The greedy wolf let out a scream and quickly retreated. Seeing Wang Lin closing in, the greedy wolf mercilessly threw the purple jade bottle in another direction. He had done this before. After coming to the ancient star system, every time he thought about it, his heart would ache like crazy. He swore that he would never do something like sending out a treasure to lure someone else in order to escape again. In his view, if some treasures were stolen, it would be worse than killing him. For example, the teleportation furnace and the ancient thunder dragon. If he knew that the teleportation furnace had helped Wang Lin escape death several times. If he knew that it was because of the ancient thunder dragon that Wang Lin had the chance to become a thunder cultivator, that Wang Lin had become famous in the Luo Tian star system, and that he had even given birth to the thunder essence. If he knew all of this, he would definitely cough out blood and die of heartache. The old man had great fortune and great opportunities. He was the darling of the heavens and was blessed by the heavens. At the age of 8, he dug out a 500-year-old Solomon seal and swallowed it. At the age of 10, Shursan fell off a cliff and landed next to a 500-year-old vermilion fruit. At the age of 18, he reached the foundation establishment stage and obtained the ancient thunder dragon. After reaching the core formation stage, I fought against a powerful enemy. Just as I was about to lose, a giant furnace suddenly fell from the sky and smashed the enemy to death. After that, everything went smoothly. The mountain and river painting, the soul extraction mountain, the soul refining needle, and all the other treasures were all obtained by me. The only thing that didn't go smoothly was my pursuit of the heaven-defying bead, until I met this damned nemesis. It was him who stole all my treasures and everything I worked hard for. However, I still had a great fortune and didn't die. Instead, I obtained even more treasures and a stronger cultivation. However, this damned guy didn't let me go and actually came to the ancient star system. As the greedy wolf recalled his life, his face was filled with grief and indignation as he hurriedly retreated. Wang Lin strode forward with a mysterious smile on his face. He watched as the greedy wolf threw away the purple jade bottle. The jade bottle sped off in a different direction. Wang Lin no longer chased after the greedy wolf. Instead, his body flickered as he headed straight for the jade bottle. When the greedy wolf saw Wang Lin change his direction, he quickly waved his right hand, and a large banner appeared in his hand. This banner was golden, and as soon as it was taken out, it shone with golden light, illuminating the starry sky. There was a strange beast embroidered on the banner. The beast looked very sinister. Its body was like a dragon, but it had no claws. Instead, it had many wings. Half of its body merged into the clouds, as if it was flying. After taking out the flag, Greed waved it, and a fierce roar came from the flag. The roar was heaven-shaking and turned into a thunderous roar. The fierce beast inside the flag seemed to come to life, and as it roared, it flew out from the flag. It grabbed Greed, turned into a dark cloud, and moved even faster than before. Wang Lin ignored the greedy wolf and quickly caught up to the purple jade bottle. He waved his sleeve and put the jade away. He laughed as he turned around and chased after the greedy wolf using spatial bending. This greedy wolf will be my lucky star. Wang Lin laughed and disappeared. Greed's body was wrapped in the clouds, and there was also the strange beast that was about 1,000 feet long. The beast had nearly 100 pairs of wings, and every time it flapped, its speed would explosively increase. It flew away at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. Ripples echoed in the starry sky as it chased after the greedy wolf. The ripples were like waves on the surface of the sea, and Wang Lin's figure could be seen inside the ripples. He chased faster and faster. However, the greedy wolf's speed had reached its limit, and it kept a certain distance from Wang Lin. Even with Wang Lin's complete thunder essence, he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. However, Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was a very happy thing. At this moment, Wang Lin was very happy to be able to see the greedy wolf again. He was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Now that Wang Lin could tell that all of the greedy wolf's treasures were related to the 3 ancient clans, he was able to determine where the greedy wolf had obtained the treasures. That place might not be of much use to others, but to Wang Lin, it was an unimaginable good fortune. The more Wang Lin looked at the greedy wolf, the more he liked it. The ghost won't go away. The ghost won't go away. The greedy wolf's chest felt stuffy, as if there were needles constantly stabbing into it. The source of this pain was seeing his treasures being stolen. He stole the startling sword, the bone-protecting tablet, the emperor furnace, the fog devil spear, and he didn't even let the ancient wood spirit go. He even took the ancient leaves and the devil soul bottle. Half of my treasures are now his, and this damn Wang Lin still won't let me go. He won't stop until he empties all my treasures. The more the greedy wolf thought about it, the angrier he became. As he roared, anger rushed into his heart. He clenched his teeth and decided not to run. He turned around and stared back. I'm not going to run anymore. I'm going to fight you to the death. The greedy wolf's eyes were bloodshot. He was a sinful person and had killed many people. If he hadn't been scared by Wang Lin and had a crack in his Dao heart, which made Wang Lin a nightmare, he wouldn't have run away without a fight, and he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Now that he was forced into a corner by Wang Lin, he forgot about his nightmare for a moment. His hands formed a seal, and he waved them. A giant spatial crack appeared before him. Demon Wolf descends, punish the heavens. As the greedy wolf roared, his clothes fluttered and his hair moved without any wind. A monstrous demonic energy suddenly erupted from the spatial crack before him. This demonic energy was something Wang Lin was very familiar with. It was the aura of an ancient demon. Demonic aura rushed out from the crack. At the instant it filled the galaxy, a crimson fog appeared and spread out from the crack. As it tumbled backwards, it seeped into Greed's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Bursts of painful roars came from Greed's mouth. The veins on his body swelled up, and his face was twisted. As he roared, his clothes were torn inch by inch, revealing a set of armor that was glowing with a dark light. Behind him, the starry sky seemed to spin in reverse as a gigantic, illusory figure about 100,000 feet tall appeared. This phantom looked like a wolf, a demon wolf. As soon as the demonic wolf appeared in the starry sky, the demonic chi in the starry sky multiplied, forming a giant vortex with Greed at the center. The vortex swept outward for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. Everything within a radius of 50,000 kilometers became a huge vortex, which rotated and emitted rumbling sounds. At the center of the vortex, the demon wolf gave off a red glow. Its eyes were almost purple, and it let out a howl. Its howl was heaven shaking, enough to cause the hearts of all living beings to tremble and feel fear from the depths of their souls. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's expression was a bit serious. The impact of the demonic energy caused him to reveal himself. The moment he appeared, the demon wolf roared once more. It lowered its head and stared at Wang Lin before suddenly charging out. This charge was like a demonic star smashing down from Wang Lin's point of view. The vortex of demonic energy shrank like crazy, as if the demonic wolf had become a bottomless pit. As the demonic energy within 50,000 kilometers contracted, it formed a powerful suction force. Under this suction force, it would be difficult for anyone to retreat. All of this happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, the demon wolf closed in with a roar. It opened its mouth and tried to devour Wang Lin. You stole my treasure back then. Damn you. Now you want to snatch again. Damn you. I, the greedy wolf, have never been bullied like this since I started cultivating. You deserve to die. 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 The greedy wolf's voice was ear-piercing and almost crazy. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he let out a cold humph. The moment the demon wolf that had gathered all the demonic energy within 100,000 kilometers closed in, there were popping sounds coming from his body. His body suddenly expanded and instantly grew to a size of 10,000 feet. He had become a 6-star ancient god. The ancient god stars rotated rapidly between his eyebrows. Wang Lin retreated a step and raised his right hand. He let out a roar, and a monstrous, blood-colored light filled the area. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin's right hand was holding the entire world in blood-colored light. The bloody light was glaring, and in Wang Lin's raised right hand, it turned into an ancient blood sword that was 1,000 feet long. Holding the blood sword, when the demon wolf's mouth was less than 100 feet away from him, Wang Lin's right hand slashed down fiercely. The 1,000 feet long blood sword slashed down with a loud bang. The sword light was crimson like fresh blood. From afar, it looked as if Wang Lin wasn't holding a sword, but a huge whip that was swinging its tail and collided with the demon dragon. With an earth-shattering boom, the crimson sword light landed on the demon wolf's head. The demon wolf immediately let out a shrill scream, but the sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore open the demon wolf's head from the middle, revealing a huge ravine. The sword light slashed into the crack quickly and broke through everything in its way. It caused the crack to become bigger and deeper. In the end, with a loud bang, it pierced through the demon wolf's body. With one slash, the demon wolf was cut in half. The two halves of the demonic wolf's body were split in half by Wang Lin's left and right due to the impact. The two halves of the demonic wolf split in half and dissipated among the stars. All that was left was an unwilling roar that reverberated through the world. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he lowered his head and looked at the greedy wolf. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a scream and immediately retreated. He waved his right hand and took out his strongest treasure without hesitation, a broken wooden carving. However, the moment the wooden carving appeared, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed in space. "Stop!" The greedy wolf's body suddenly stopped, and he was no longer able to move. The fear in his eyes increased. "Don't be afraid. Answer a few questions, and I won't kill you." Chapter 1389. I can't believe I forgot that he could use such a domineering immobilization art. Greed's mind was in turmoil, and the fear in his eyes spread like ink, taking over his entire vision. This nemesis is too despicable. Since he has the stop spell, why didn't he use it earlier? Instead, he waited for me to take out my most powerful treasure before using it. He destroyed my last hope. The greedy wolf's body, origin energy, and even his divine sense couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Wang Lin gradually approached from the distance. The broken statue didn't give off any aura and quietly floated to the right of the greedy wolf. Wang Lin's body gradually shrank as he moved forward. When he stood before the greedy wolf, he had turned into a normal person. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to the greedy wolf. His right hand reached out and grabbed the broken statue. Seeing Wang Lin take away his most powerful treasure, the greedy wolf felt like his heart was being pierced by a sword. This pain was repeated hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. The intense pain made the greedy wolf angry, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Senior Greedy Wolf won't be so stingy for a mere treasure. Senior gave me a lot of treasures in the past, and today, you gave me this. Wang, it would be impolite to refuse. Please accept it. Wang Lin revealed a smile. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the broken statue, and he carefully looked at it. With one look, Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. The statue looked very ordinary and was damaged in many places. It looked very strange, and it was engraved with a person. This person looked middle-aged and was wearing a flowing cloud Taoist robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he gave off an indescribable sense of majesty. This majesty wasn't strong, and it didn't make one's heart tremble. However, when Wang Lin's gaze met the statue's eyes, his entire body trembled. It was trembling. The stars before Wang Lin collapsed. An indescribable force erupted from the statue and rushed into Wang Lin's mind through his eyes. In Wang Lin's ears, the world rumbled, and even the sound of thunder was torn apart. The entire star system, the entire world, everything collapsed into the void. Inside the void, Wang Lin lost his mind. He was hit by this force and fell into confusion. An unknown amount of time passed. 10 years, 100 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Until one day, Wang Lin saw a continent appear in the void. This continent was boundless, and Wang Lin vaguely understood that this continent was larger than the entire ancient star system and the inner realm. Even if the two were added together, it wouldn't be enough to make up 1 in 10,000 of this continent. Everything he saw dissipated into the void and gradually disappeared. Wang Lin trembled and awakened. The stars were still the same, and the world was still the same. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't move due to the stop spell. Wang Lin silently pondered. No matter how much time he had spent in that strange state, the moment he awakened, Wang Lin understood that all of this had only lasted for an instant. In terms of distance, this distance was the moment his eyes met the statue's eyes. Was it an illusion? Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He didn't understand, but what he saw was deeply imprinted in his heart. It would never dissipate or be forgotten. What is it? Wang Lin's gaze fell on the statue once more. This time, the feeling was completely different from before. The ordinary-looking statue seemed to have become a different person, and it gave off an indescribable sense of majesty. This pressure could turn any cultivator into an ant in front of it. Even the heavens and earth would have to yield before it. Wang Lin could even vaguely feel that even third-step cultivators would tremble before this statue. Who the hell is he? Wang Lin silently pondered. Among all the statues he had seen in his life, only the statue of Celestial Emperor Qing Lin in the Demon Spirit Land was the most shocking. It can make one's mind collapse just by looking at it. However, compared to the statue, although the feeling of one's mind collapsing wasn't as strong, Wang Lin vaguely felt that compared to this statue, Qing Lin's statue was like an ant. The statue was only that of an ordinary middle-aged man. This man had his head raised, and his expression was calm. There was no joy or sorrow. There was no expression at all. Wang Lin still looked at the statue and didn't look at the greedy wolf. He slowly said, "Where did you get this statue?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the stop spell on the greedy wolf loosened a bit, allowing him to speak. In an ancient tomb, the greedy wolf silently pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh and saying, "If you want to enter the ancient star system, you must break the realm sealing formation. With your cultivation level, it's impossible for you to open the formation. How did you get in here?" Wang Lin's voice was cold and contained a hint of coldness that invaded the greedy wolf's mind. This caused the greedy wolf's body to tremble. "It's still that ancient tomb. All of my treasures, the soul-shocking sword, the bone-protecting tablet, the fog devil spear, the emperor furnace, the ancient wood spirit, the ancient leaf, and the devil soul bottle, they were all obtained from that ancient tomb." The greedy wolf gave up all resistance. He knew that if he told the truth, he might have a chance to live. Otherwise, the person before him was filled with monstrous killing intent and wouldn't be lenient. If he aroused Wang Lin's suspicions and used the soul-searching spell, even if he didn't die, he would become a mindless person. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the greedy wolf and slowly said, "What ancient tomb?" "Tell me in detail. Don't force me to search your soul." The greedy wolf didn't dare to hide anything and quickly whispered, "Back then, after I escaped from Wang Yu, I didn't die. I hid on a half-abandoned cultivation planet in the Luo Tian star system. I hid there from you and focused on healing my injuries. After a long time, I didn't see you chase after me, so I knew you thought I was dead. So I calmly recuperated on the cultivation planet until my injuries were completely healed. Only then did I choose to leave. At that time, you were no longer in the Luo Tian star system. The entire Luo Tian star system was very empty, and most of the cultivators had gone to the Alliance star system to start the war. This gave me a chance. I was safe the entire way, but after thinking about it, I didn't want to return to the Alliance. Also, because I was swallowed by Wang Yu, my body and origin soul were contaminated with that lingering stench. People could smell it from far away, and I couldn't bear it. As a result, I traveled among the stars, looking for a way to dissipate the stench on my body. Year after year, I was at the edge of the all-heaven star system, near the barrier to the lightning celestial realm, and I found a strange vortex. That vortex appeared very suddenly, as if it had appeared right in front of me. I'm not surprised at all. I've encountered stranger things in my life. Back when I was in the core formation stage, I was fighting with someone. Just when I was about to lose, a teleportation cauldron fell from the sky and smashed the enemy to death. Wang Lin frowned and said, "Get to the point." The greedy wolf's body trembled, and he quickly said, "After the vortex appeared, I immediately had a very strong feeling. I've never had such a strong feeling in my life. Even when that giant furnace smashed the enemy to death before me, it wasn't this strong. Even when I saw Wang Yu, it wasn't this strong." Just as he said this, he saw Wang Lin frown again. His heart turned cold, and he directly said, "I didn't hesitate to rush into the vortex. The moment I entered, the vortex immediately dissipated. From its appearance to its disappearance, it took less than 3 breaths of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and gradually became cold. He stared at the greedy wolf and slowly said, "It sounds like this vortex was specially opened for you." The greedy wolf's expression changed greatly, and he quickly said, "I'm not lying. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I know you might not believe me, but it's true. It has happened to me more than once. When I was 8 years old, I played in the village. I kicked a Solomon seal and fell off a cliff. I obtained a vermilion fruit and an ancient thunder dragon. I fought against people, and a giant teleportation furnace fell from the sky. When others go to the rain celestial realm, they need to steal a rain furnace, but when I fly outside, the rain furnace automatically flies in front of me." After entering the celestial realm, other people carefully search for celestial jades and find very little. The first time I went in, I was transported to a celestial king's cave. There was also an ancient ruin in the Alliance star system. It was very difficult for others to find the entrance, but when I went there, I took 3 steps and was transported inside. The greedy wolf was afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. If he was lying, it wouldn't matter, but the greedy wolf knew that everything he said was true. Sometimes, even he himself felt it was unbelievable. Wang Lin interrupted the greedy wolf's explanation and slowly said, "Continue talking about what you saw after entering the vortex." The inside of the vortex was like another world. It was extremely chaotic and filled with spatial turbulence. Just one wrong step, and you would have been consigned to eternal damnation. There were countless floating fragments of boulders surrounding the vortex. The deepest part was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see what it looked like. I couldn't find an exit there and was locked up for hundreds of years. The death aura there was very strong, and after my observation, I found that it was like a tomb. I even saw a head on one of the boulders. That head was extremely large, about 1,000 feet wide. It was extremely ferocious, and there was a star between its eyebrows. I found the Emperor furnace there. At that time, there was burning incense coming from the furnace. It was as if someone was worshipping it. As I went deeper, I gradually discovered more and more skulls. These skulls were all emitting dense resentment and unwillingness. Some of them even had 1 or 2 horns. Some of the heads had magic treasures in front of them. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with reminiscence and a hint of fear. Chapter 1389. My magic treasures, aside from the statue and the ancient wood spirit, were all obtained from these heads. However, during these hundreds of years, I was always carefully moving around the periphery. I didn't dare to go inside, so I didn't know what was inside. Until one day, when I was moving between 2 boulders, I encountered a large amount of spatial turbulence. With my cultivation, I would die without a doubt, so I could only quickly retreat and enter the depths of that place. After entering the edge of the depths, I immediately heard waves of mournful roars coming from all directions. When those roars fell into my ears, my body immediately trembled, and there was a tremor that came from my soul. I didn't dare to wander around there. It wasn't until a few years later that I gained the courage to leave the depths and return to the periphery. I had a feeling that the depths were not a place I could enter. If I went forward, I would definitely die. However, just as I was about to carefully leave, I was swept up by a storm and fainted. When I woke up, I was in a withered and majestic forest. The forest was too big, and I couldn't see the end. Even when I spread out my divine sense, I couldn't cover it all. All the trees in front of me had withered, and there were no leaves. I fearfully moved forward. After who knows how many years, I saw the only tree that hadn't completely withered. That tree only had a withered yellow leaf. This was the first leaf I saw here. Later, I took this leaf. I also put the tree that hadn't withered yet into my bag of holding. I didn't know where this forest was in this mysterious place, so I could only keep moving forward. Gradually, I felt like hundreds or thousands of years had passed. The more I moved forward, the more severe the withering became. In the end, everything turned to dust when I touched it. One day, I arrived at the center of the forest. That should be the center, and I saw a statue there. The moment I saw the statue, I had a faint guess that perhaps it was this statue that caused this boundless forest to wither and die. I could feel that the statue was a treasure, so I took it. The moment I picked it up, a whirlpool appeared in front of me. This whirlpool was exactly the same as the one I had entered. I was ecstatic and rushed into the whirlpool without hesitation. When I appeared, I was in an unfamiliar star domain. Later, I found out that I was outside the sealed realm. After the greedy wolf finished speaking, he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and revealed a pondering expression. The greedy wolf's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Halfway through his words, he found that there was no longer any restriction on his body. The stop spell's duration seemed to have passed. Seeing Wang Lin pondering, the greedy wolf was extremely nervous. He slowly retreated and then suddenly rushed back, wanting to escape. However, the moment he rushed out, Wang Lin casually grabbed with his right hand. The greedy wolf let out a miserable scream. His body seemed to be grabbed through the air and pulled toward Wang Lin's right hand. Just as his head was about to be slapped by Wang Lin's right hand, a strange suction force came from his palm and clearly entered the greedy wolf's head. Fear turned into a flood that drowned the greedy wolf. He roared miserably, "You promised not to kill me!" Just as he spoke, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly landed on his head. His divine sense rushed out and entered his origin soul to search his memories. At the same time, under Wang Lin's powerful divine sense, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the starry sky. It gathered in Wang Lin's right hand and rushed into the greedy wolf's origin soul. With Wang Lin's thunder source power, the greedy wolf's origin soul was cleansed. The greedy wolf's body trembled and was covered in sweat. In an instant, Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw the greedy wolf far away. "I won't take your treasures for nothing. You can go." The greedy wolf's face was deathly pale, and he immediately bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. His speed increased greatly, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Among the stars, the greedy wolf's eyes were filled with the feeling of having survived a calamity, but there was also a sense of grievance. "This is the second time I've had all my treasures stolen by him. I swear I won't let this happen a third time in my life. Most of my treasures are gone, and this fallen land is too dangerous. I must quickly return to my cave to take what I left behind and leave this fallen land." The greedy wolf's face was filled with grievance as he escaped. After a long time, he teleported countless times to make sure Wang Lin wasn't chasing him. Then he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on a cultivation planet. The moment he appeared, he immediately flew toward a mountain before him. He turned into a ray of light and entered the periphery of the mountain. With a wave of his sleeve, a rumble came from the mountain, and a crack appeared in the middle. Greed didn't hesitate to take a step forward, but at the instant he stepped into the crack, his entire body froze. A foul stench came from the crack, and it assaulted his face, causing him to almost faint from the stench. "Why is it so smelly?" The greedy wolf suddenly trembled and was startled. He quickly raised his arm to the tip of his nose. After carefully smelling it, he was filled with disbelief. "The stench on my body is gone. Even my sense of smell has recovered. I'm already used to the stench in this cave, so I can't smell it at all." The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with joy. For hundreds of years, he had been dreaming of getting rid of the stench on his body. After meeting Wang Lin, he lost the chance to obtain the ancient scorpion corpse. He was already in despair, but he didn't expect the stench to disappear on its own. "I won't take your treasures for nothing." The greedy wolf immediately remembered what Wang Lin had said before he left, and he revealed a complicated expression. After letting the greedy wolf go, Wang Lin returned to the planet the Dark Scorpion clan was on. Greed didn't care about the barrier between the inner and outer realms and had come to the ancient star system ahead of time to wait for Wang Lin. He had handed over the treasures he had worked so hard to obtain and was happy to meet an old friend. How could Wang Lin kill him? "This greedy wolf is my lucky star. I can't kill him. I must let him go. I'm looking forward to meeting him a third time. At that time, I presume he will give me some more treasures." Wang Lin smiled as he shook his head and appeared on the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet. The nearly 1,000 cultivators of the Yundan people didn't dare to leave and still waited there. Chung Ta-hung was full of energy again. He pointed at a few cultivators of the Yundan people who were healing him as he lay there and let out cold snorts. Every snort caused the hearts of the people around him to tremble. Their gazes toward Chung Ta-hung were filled with awe. They weren't afraid of Chung Ta-hung, but the master behind Chung Ta-hung. In particular, the patriarch's expression and words after seeing the jade made everyone realize that they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. A disaster was imminent. The members of the Dark Scorpion clan that had been driven out were respectfully invited back by the Yundan people. They took out pills to heal them, and even Chung Ta-hung's follower, the old man named Zhang, was invited back. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Humph, the old man already made it clear, but you all didn't believe him. What's the point of keeping your eyes open? There were two female cultivators of the Yundan people standing behind Chung Ta-hung. They were rubbing his shoulders, and he looked very comfortable as he spoke arrogantly. It's not that the old man is looking down on you, but with your cultivation, not to mention my master, even I don't look at you. One slap is enough to send all of you flying like ants. Chung Ta-hung raised his chin and reprimanded them disdainfully. The surrounding cultivators of the Yundan people nodded in agreement. Even some of the more arrogant ones couldn't help but lower their heads and didn't dare to refute when their entire clan was facing a disaster. The patriarch of the Yundan people and a few elders stood respectfully beside Chung Ta-hung. They had flattering smiles on their faces as they nodded continuously. Please forgive us, sir. We really didn't know your identity. Please help us put in some good words, and we will give you a generous gift after this. The Cloud Escape clan's patriarch felt bitter in his heart. His cultivation was clearly much higher than the other parties, and if it was before, he could kill the other party thousands of times with a single finger. However, at this moment, he had to carefully serve the other party. Chung Ta-hung felt very comfortable being rubbed by the female cultivators behind him. He let out a snort and proudly said, "Since you know you were wrong, I should have given you a chance to repent," but the patriarch of the Yundan people quickly took out a jade bottle. His eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance, but he clenched his teeth and quickly handed it over. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, sir." Chung Ta-hung opened the bottle and revealed a happy expression. He put away, coughed, and proudly said, "The old man can give it a try." Just at this moment, ripples appeared in the sky, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. The moment he appeared, Chung Ta-hung's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and pushed the female cultivator away. He was afraid he would be too slow, so he put on a flattering expression. "Welcome back, Master." "Master, Dahong hasn't seen you these past few days and hasn't heard your words. My heart is filled with anxiety, and I can't even meditate. I feel like my heart is empty, and I have to say Master's name 100 times before I can meditate. Even so, it can't compare to this little one's longing for Master. Only when I see Master and am by Master's side will this little one's heart feel at ease." Chung Ta-hung quickly walked up. He bowed and used his invincible technique, but he was also very careful. He was afraid his words would be too exaggerated and make Wang Lin unhappy. At this moment, the arrogance he displayed in front of the Yundan people was long gone. Instead, he was filled with flattery. This was the first time the Yundan people had seen something like this, and they were all dumbfounded. Even the patriarch of the Yundan people, who had just given the gift, was startled. He couldn't imagine how a person could change so much in an instant. "Why aren't you moving? What are you standing there for? Move, don't block my master's path." Chung Ta-hung rushed in front of Wang Lin and pushed aside a few Yundan people cultivators. He even pushed the patriarch of the Yundan people to the side. It was as if he had forgotten the joy he had when he received the gift. Chapter 1391. In the end, the Yundan people weren't able to leave the planet. Before Wang Lin agreed, they didn't dare to. As for Wang Lin, after he returned, He immediately used a spell to open up a large cave and began closed-door cultivation. There was a layer of restrictions placed around the cave, so no cultivators were allowed to enter within hundreds of kilometers. The Dark Scorpion clan had the highest status and occupied an area hundreds of kilometers away from Wang Lin's cave. The Yundan people had no choice but to settle down in another direction. Chung Ta Hung was extremely arrogant, and he entered the two clans as if they were no one else. He felt endless joy, and the feeling of being the center of attention was something he didn't feel in the Scatterthunder clan. Inside the cave, Wang Lin sat in the lotus position and began to ponder. When he was at the Armor Dragon clan, the messenger had said that 3 months from now would be a very important day in the Fallen Land. On that day, the elders of the Fallen Council would be rearranged. Some might maintain their status, while others would be replaced by others. However, Wang Lin didn't care about any of this, as it had nothing to do with him. What he really cared about was the people of the Fire Sparrow clan and how he could achieve his goal through the Fallen Elder selection. The bait has been thrown. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he closed his eyes. His divine sense spread out, and he felt the mysterious connection. His divine sense gradually became clear and fused with the world, becoming part of the world. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly noticed a familiar aura in the distance. It seemed to be moving away from an unknown place, and it was getting further and further away. Outside the Fallen Land, 3 members of the Fire Sparrow clan were moving through the dark starfield. One of them was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He raised his right hand to touch the spot between his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The elder told me to send the blood from the pill back to the clan for research. This matter is very important to our clan, and we can't make any mistakes. If the elder's analysis is correct, then the patriarch and the head elder will give the order once they see the blood. The man's eyes were filled with determination. Together with the 2 people beside him, they sped up and gradually disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his divine sense dissipated. A cold smile appeared on his face. The blood in the soul core was extremely hot and contained a bit of essence aura. Other than his own blood, no other blood could replace it. Therefore, he could use the connection of his bloodline to sense the general direction even though he was isolated from the endless star systems. Once the strand of essence in the blood is sent back to the Fire Sparrow race, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, with my plan, we should be able to obtain the Fire Sparrow race's fire essence. Now that the blood has been sent away, it's time for the second step. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with a hint of darkness. He raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a crack appeared in the space before him. As soon as the crack was opened, a shrill scream rang out clearly from inside. The scream was so shrill that it was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Grandpa Su, little Biao is wrong, really wrong. Please let this little one go. This little one won't dare to do this again, ah. Another miserable scream came out, and it was mixed with Su Ligua's silver laughter. Falling into your Grandpa Su's hands is your good fortune. Your grandpa, Su, has been lonely for thousands of years, so I won't kill you. I will be very protective of you. Little Jean Biao, don't worry. Grandpa Su won't let you feel too much pain. The miserable scream came one after another. It was extremely tragic. Wang Lin frowned and let out a dry cough. When his cough entered the storage space, it became completely silent. Then Su Ligua's voice echoed, and he turned into a ray of light that quickly flew out from the storage space. Su Ligua was still holding a person in his hand. This person's clothes were in tatters, as if he had just been raped. He looked extremely haggard, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was grabbed by Su Ligua and appeared before Wang Lin. Su Ligua threw Lu Jinbiao to the side, rubbed his hands, and promised, "Master, what good things do you have to arrange? Don't worry, little Su will definitely do it well this time. It won't be like the Scatter Thunder Clan." Wang Lin didn't look at Su Ligua, but at Lu Jinbiao. When Lu Jinbiao was swept by Wang Lin's gaze, his body began to tremble, and his heart was filled with indescribable fear. After he was thrown into the storage space, he had been tortured by a Suligua the entire day. Because of Suligua's bad taste, every time he thought about it, it was like a nightmare. Wang Lin slowly said, Jin Biao, do you know your wrongs? When these words fell in Lu Jinbiao's ears, he trembled even more violently and knelt on the ground. Tears flowed down his face as he cried, Immortal, this little one knows his wrongs. I know my wrongs. Please give this little one a chance to turn over a new leaf. In the future, this little one will never cheat again. Wang Lin gently tapped his right index finger on his knee. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Lu Jinbiao and said, Tell me, if you didn't have that jade, what would your deception skills be like? Lu Jinbiao wiped the tears from his face. His expression was filled with remorse as he quickly said, Immortal, how could this little one have any deception skills? I relied on the jade to cheat. Now that the jade has been taken away by Immortal, this little one can no longer deceive anyone. I beg Immortal to let this little one go and give this little one freedom. This little one will never be able to deceive anyone again. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He nodded and said slowly, Since you don't have any deception skills, you're no different from trash. There's no need to keep your life. Lu Jinbiao's face immediately revealed surprise, but he was soon stunned. After he understood the meaning of Wang Lin's words, his expression changed greatly, especially when he saw the cold light in Wang Lin's eyes. His body trembled, and he quickly said in a shrill voice, Immortal, it's a misunderstanding. Immortal, it's a misunderstanding. This little one was wrong. Even without the jade, this little one's deception skills are still earth-shattering. In the entire Yanhai, no one can compare to me. This little one has long thought of not relying too much on the jade, so I usually don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. I've been deceiving on my own. Since I was young, I would practice whenever I had the chance. Now, I've reached the point of perfection. Oh, then tell me, what do you think about deception? Wang Lin's right index finger was still tapping on his knee. His words were calm, but in Lu Jinbiao's eyes, his mind seemed to be beating along with the movement of Wang Lin's right index finger. Deception, to put it bluntly, is a trick to trick people, using all means, especially the gullibility or misunderstanding of others, or even prejudice, to achieve a certain goal. When necessary, this method also needs to be disguised. Even when you have completely believed in your own words, then you can make others believe you as well. Lu Jinbiao said cautiously, occasionally raising his head to look at Wang Lin's expression. When he saw Wang Lin nod slightly, his heart instantly relaxed. The deception I've researched is divided into 3 realms. The first realm is to deceive others. The second realm is to deceive oneself. The third realm has already reached a considerable level. With enough understanding, it is like seeing a mountain as a mountain and seeing a mountain not as the back of a mountain, returning to the natural state. It is similar to the first realm, deceiving others. These 3 realms sound simple, but in reality, among the masses, many of my friends in the Tao of Deception are lingering in the first realm. They don't even believe their own words, and they only deceive for the sake of deceiving others. This is truly a small accomplishment. Lu Jinbiao was completely relaxed, but his words were still cautious. Only when you reach a certain level and have enough understanding of the word deception will you naturally enter the second realm, deceiving yourself. Use all the methods and all the experiences in life to deceive yourself at all times. Slowly, even yourself will believe it. In this way, deception can be successful. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath, as if he had forgotten the situation he was in, and his expression was solemn. It's not that there aren't people in my generation who have reached this second realm. The old man has traveled the world over the years and has met many fellow Taoists. Every time we meet, we discuss the Tao, verify each other, and gain enlightenment. However, most of the people I've met don't dare to delve too deeply into the second realm. After all, the second realm is extremely dangerous for people of my generation. That danger comes from within oneself. After deceiving oneself, it is very likely that one will become lost in it, unable to extricate oneself. Perhaps one will become a gentleman, or a villain, or even a madman. There are some seniors of my generation who have sunk too deeply into the second realm, and have even forgotten that they are deceivers. Every time I see them, the old man feels sorrow welling up in his heart. How sad, how sad. Lu Jinbiao had completely forgotten the situation he was in. His words were filled with a strange tone that caused Su Ligua's jaw to drop. He mocked. Aren't you just a deceiver? You talk like you're cultivating the Tao. Before Su Ligua could finish speaking, Lu Jinbiao suddenly stood up and angrily glared at Su Ligua. His eyes were filled with arrogance, but there was also a sense of loneliness hidden within that arrogance. It was the feeling of being at the top, looking down on all the other mountains. Ignorant child, how can you understand the heart of the old man? The old man began to deceive at the age of 4, and at the age of 9, he was known as a child prodigy. He dared to deceive a foundation establishment cultivator with his mortal body. After the age of 16, he could see the hearts of all people. After that, he traveled the world in search of the pinnacle of deception in the world. The world is vast. It is often said that there are 3,000 great Taos. However, who can name all 3,000 great Taos? Who can tell the old man that there is no Tao of deception among the 3,000 great Taos? What you all cultivate can be called Taos, but what the old man cultivates, is it not Taos? How many living beings have multiplied, and how many living beings have perished since the beginning of time? Since the beginning of the world, there have been living beings, and after living beings, there have been Tao of deception. If Tao of deception was useless, then it would have been extinct in the passage of time. What the old man seeks is to ask the heavens what rank the Tao of deception is among the 3,000 great Taos. If there really is no Tao of deception among the 3,000 great Taos, then the old man is willing to create a Tao outside of the 3,000. Su Ligua was dumbfounded. Even Wang Lin was startled. Chapter 1392. At this moment, Lu Jinbiao's previous desolation was gone. He stood there, and although his clothes were still in tatters, there was an indescribable feeling surrounding him. This is the old man's Tao, the second realm of deception. Don't think it's easy. Deceiving yourself once is easy, but deceiving yourself for the rest of your life is difficult. Deceiving yourself at all times will eventually affect your primordial spirit. Even your memories will be affected and changed. No matter how powerful a cultivator is, using the soul-searching technique on someone who has reached the peak of the second realm is useless. He won't be able to obtain the true memories because they have completely collapsed. The people of my generation who have reached the second realm are deceiving themselves. At the peak, they are either unable to extricate themselves and become another person, or they are reborn and break through the second realm, allowing them to remain clear-headed at any time. Such a person is extremely rare, but only such a person can reach the third realm, returning to one's true self. If the old man hadn't relied on the jade pendant to weaken his Tao heart, causing him to stop in his path of deception, it wouldn't have been so easy for the upper celestial to capture me. Now that you've taken away my jade pendant and destroyed what I relied on, you've given me a chance to be reborn. You've allowed me to reach the peak of the second realm of deception in the storage space, and I've taken half a step into the third realm. Lu Jinbiao flicked his sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back. His expression was filled with coldness. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he slowly said with a faint smile, Interesting. After being scolded by Lu Jinbiao, Su Ligua didn't retort, but was startled for a moment. The way he looked at Lu Jinbiao was different now. He clasped his hands toward Lu Jinbiao and said in a deep voice, Fellow cultivator, Jinbiao's words have enlightened me. Among the 3,000 great Taos, is there a Tao of deception? Good. Su Ligua, Also want to know if the Tao I'm pursuing is among the 3,000 great Taos. Lu Jinbiao's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was as if he had changed into a different person. His previous arrogance and coldness collapsed in an instant. He lowered his body, and there was still a trace of fear on his face. He whispered in a fawning tone, "It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. If Master Su doesn't bully me in the future, I will be satisfied." His change was too sudden, causing Su Ligua to be stunned again. He cursed under his breath, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He carefully looked at Lu Jinbiao and slowly said, "I can give you a chance. If you can do it well, I will give you your freedom and even give you a great fortune." Lu Jinbiao shuddered and looked at Wang Lin. "In the past, you only deceived one person or sect. Now, I want you to deceive an entire clan. Do you dare?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, but when it landed in Lu Jinbiao's ears, his heart skipped a beat. Lu Jinbiao hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Actually, it doesn't matter who I deceive. However, to set up a scam, I need to make detailed preparations. It doesn't matter. You have 3 months to prepare. The second realm of the Tao of deception that you mentioned before is to deceive yourself. You need to make yourself completely believe that it's true. Even your memories and mind are like that. So, I will give you a memory." The blue flame in Wang Lin's left eye flashed and directly shot out. It turned into a roaring wave of fire that pulled Lu Jinbiao in, forming a huge fireball that expanded outward. Su Ligua immediately retreated, his eyes filled with shock. This fiend's cultivation level has increased again. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this month, Su Ligua originally wanted to leave the cave and enjoy himself. However, the moment he walked out, he was immediately blocked by the restriction and was forced back. After trying a few times, Su Ligua began to curse and stare outside in a daze. On this day, Su Ligua was in a daze when his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and saw the giant blue fireball that had been burning for a month in the depths of the cave. The flames on the fireball churned, and it gave off a thunderous rumble. Not long after, the flames let out a violent roar. The sea of flames on the fireball shot into the sky and turned into a giant rosefinch. The rosefinch danced in the fire and let out the cry of a rosefinch. Shortly after, a figure slowly appeared within the fireball. At first, the figure was blurry, but as the figure slowly walked out, it became clearer and clearer. Su Ligua's pupils shrank, and he froze. He felt that the person who walked out of the fireball was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, his eyes bulged. The figure walked out of the fireball and stood in front of Su Ligua. His clothes were still in tatters, but when he put them on, they didn't diminish the majesty and aura he exuded. His appearance was still the same, but the feeling he gave Su Ligua was like heaven and earth. The Lu Jinbiao in front of him was like a grandmaster, a powerful cultivator. As he stood there was an invisible pressure that caused the hearts of everyone who looked at him to tremble. Flames swirled around Lu Jinbiao's body, transforming into the shape of a vermilion bird. His eyes were cold and calm, and his expression was dignified without being angry. His eyes were like torches, and when they landed on Su Ligua's body, Su Ligua gasped. Lu Jinbiao's cultivation seemed erratic. Sometimes it was extremely powerful, sometimes it was ordinary. However, it was this change that caused him to give off a mysterious feeling. Although his eyes were cold, there was a trace of vicissitudes in the depths of his eyes. This kind of ancient feeling was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. Only someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years, seen through life, and lived for a very long time could have this kind of exhaustion. This exhaustion was the exhaustion of life. It was the natural feeling of time after living for far too long. Su Ligua was completely startled. He could no longer tell if this person was the Lu Jinbiao he had bullied in the storage space. Although the two of them looked the same, the feeling they gave off was indescribably different. This, you. Just as Su Ligua was about to speak, Lu Jinbiao's cold gaze swept past Su Ligua. This gaze caused Su Ligua's scalp to go numb, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Old man, Rosefinch, the sixth-generation Rosefinch of the Divine Sect. I came to the ancient star system to find the fourth-generation Rosefinch. He was injured by a formation and has yet to recover, Lu Jinbiao slowly said. His words gave off a sense of nobility. This kind of feeling could only come from someone who had been in a high position for a long time and controlled the life and death of tens of thousands of people in his sect. At this moment, he had long forgotten that he was a liar. All of his memories had changed. He believed that he was the master of the Rosefinch Divine Sect. He believed that he was the sixth-generation Rosefinch. Even if a powerful cultivator used a soul search spell on him, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. All of the memories obtained were real. Lu Jinbiao coldly raised his foot and walked forward. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice came from the blue fireball in the cave. Su Ligua, serve the sixth-generation Rosefinch and listen to all his orders. If you disobey, I'll erase your existence. Su Ligua's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. He followed Lu Jinbiao out of the cave, and the restrictions automatically opened, allowing the two of them to go far away. Aside from Lu Jinbiao, no one knew what Wang Lin had left on him during this month. After the two of them left, the fireball gradually shrank until it was a sea of fire. All of it was absorbed into Wang Lin's left eye. Wang Lin was still sitting there with a calm expression, but there was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. The second bait has been released. Fire Sparrow Clan, don't let me down. Wang Lin sneered and waved his right hand. A storage space appeared, and a statue flew out. This was the statue he had obtained from the Greedy Wolf. The Greedy Wolf has sent a lot of treasures. I need to leave a divine sense imprint on each of them to know their power. Only then will I be able to use them to their full potential in the battle later. This statue is obviously his most powerful treasure, or else he wouldn't have taken it out last. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Not everyone could reach the second realm of deception like Lu Jinbiao and change their memories. At the very least, the Greedy Wolf couldn't do it. Wang Lin had searched through the memories of the Greedy Wolf and knew that most of what he had said was true. He had also learned 2 points from the Greedy Wolf's memories. 1 point was in the Luo Tian star system, near the lightning realm barrier where the vortex had appeared. The other point was in the ancient star system, where the Greedy Wolf had walked out from the mysterious tomb. These 2 points should be useful to me. I need to explore the one in the ancient star system. Perhaps there will be some harvest. As for the ancient tomb he went to, it is likely the legendary ancient order tomb. Wang Lin pondered, and his gaze swept past the statue. Who is this statue? Why would it appear at the place that seems to be the ancient order tomb? Wang Lin was puzzled by this question. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense toward the statue. However, just as his divine sense was about to touch the statue, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Perhaps she will recognize it. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he waved his right hand. A second spatial rift opened before him. This spatial rift was opened by Wang Lin alone, and he had prepared it for one person. The silver light was like the moon. It spread out from the crack and filled the entire cave as if it was shrouded in moonlight. An extremely beautiful woman slowly walked out from the crack with bare feet. It was the woman in silver who had regained some of her memories. Wang Lin asked in a serious tone, "Do you know him?" The silver-robed woman tucked her black hair behind her ear. Her gaze was calm as she walked out and looked at the statue. However, right at this moment, her pupil shrank and she was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately let out a shrill scream. I caught a cold, so I went again for at noon. I'm a bit better now, but I still don't have any spirit. However, the 2 chapters today were still of good quality and weren't affected by my body. I'm very satisfied with myself. Also, there's something very depressing. I went to buy salt today and didn't buy a single bag. Carrefour, Great Fortune Source, and the other large supermarkets are all out of salt. Even the grocery store downstairs is gone. This is too fast. So I bought a few bottles of fermented bean curd and some pickled vegetables. My family is really out of salt. I'm not going to stock up on salt, but these bastards. I'm very traumatized and need monthly tickets to comfort myself. Chapter 1393. Her scream was sharp and piercing, and it was filled with fear. It was as if the person in the statue had caused her great harm. Even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories, the moment she saw the statue, she let out a mournful scream. Wang Lin didn't expect such a drastic change in the woman in silver. He had never seen this happen to her before. His pupil shrank, and he suddenly stood up. With a wave of his right hand, he quickly put away the statue. The silver-robed woman had already retreated to the end of the cave, and her eyes were filled with monstrous fear. Her body trembled violently, and her face was pale. At a glance, she looked like a lonely boat in a storm, delicate and pitiful. Wang Lin was about to move forward when the woman suddenly raised her head. The fear in her eyes was unimaginable, and she screamed, "Don't come over!" Her voice was filled with hesitation and helplessness, as well as a distrust toward all living things in this world. Even Wang Lin didn't seem to be able to make the woman trust him. Wang Lin silently stood there, and regret rose in his heart. He only wanted to know the identity of the statue, but he didn't expect the woman in silver to be so afraid. Soft sobs came from the woman's body. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks to her chin. They formed into teardrops that fell to the ground and made a soft sound. The teardrops shattered on the ground, forming a wet mark that gradually spread. "Don't come over. Don't come over. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't open the door. It wasn't me." The woman bit her lower lip and hugged her body. She leaned against the wall of the cave and slowly squatted down. Tears flowed down her face, and her shoulders trembled. This scene would make anyone who saw it feel pity. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh and said, "I'm sorry." The woman buried her head in her arms, and her sobs were still filled with fear that couldn't be dispelled at all. Wang Lin slowly walked forward and gradually came to the woman's side. He silently squatted down and gently stroked the woman's hair with his right hand. He said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's all in the past. Don't think about it. Since you've already forgotten, let it be forgotten." Under Wang Lin's comforting words, the woman gradually calmed down, but her body was still trembling. After a long time, she slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with fear. She bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. "I didn't open the door. It really wasn't me," the woman murmured. She looked into Wang Lin's eyes, and in addition to fear, there was also a trace of confusion. I know. Wang Lin spoke in a low voice, but his eyes emitted a strange glow. It was obvious that this woman knew the statue, and it was even possible that she had come into contact with the statue before. Who was this person? Wang Lin's eyes flashed. "I know it wasn't you who opened the door." "Don't think about it," Wang Lin said softly. They're all dead. The woman didn't seem to hear Wang Lin's words. The confusion and fear in her eyes deepened as she murmured, "Tao Yin is dead. Ziluo is also dead. They're all dead. He's certain that we opened the door. They're all dead. I'm also dead." Wang Lin was silent for a moment. He looked at the trembling woman in front of him, and, after a long time, he suddenly said, Who is he? He's—" The silver-clothed woman's body suddenly trembled, and the fear in her eyes suddenly became several times denser. At the same time, her expression suddenly twisted, as if there was an intense pain madly growing in her body, transforming into a great wave that drowned her. Under this intense pain, the woman let out another miserable scream. It was as if she didn't want to remember or think about anything about him. In the midst of the intense pain, a strand of green chi appeared on the woman's face, as if it was swimming under her skin. In an instant, it formed a strange mark. That mark completely covered the woman's face, causing the originally beautiful woman to look like a Rakshasa. She suddenly raised her head, and the fear and bewilderment in her eyes instantly disappeared. Replacing them was a coldness and deathly stillness devoid of any emotion. At the instant she raised her head, a storm-like power suddenly erupted from the woman's body. Wang Lin trembled and immediately felt a powerful sense of crisis. He retreated without hesitation, and just as he retreated, the woman raised her right hand and mercilessly pressed down on Wang Lin. This palm didn't use any origin energy, but it caused the entire cultivation planet to tremble. The sky was originally bright and clear, but at this moment, it was as if the sky was stained by ink and turned black. This black color covered the sun and blocked the sky and earth, causing the entire cultivation planet to turn dark. In the darkness, the dark sky rumbled. It was not thunder, but a sound even more powerful than thunder. Under this sound, a huge rift was torn open in the sky. This rift was completely different from ordinary spatial rifts. It was deeper. The depths of this rift were so deep that not even the stars could reach it. It was as if this rift led to a mysterious space at the bottom of the star system. The moment the rift appeared, green gas came out and charged toward Wang Lin's cave. The restrictions around the cave were unable to stop it at all and were penetrated by the green gas. The green gas surrounded the woman's right palm. Although all of this takes a long time, it all happened in a flash. The moment the woman raised her right hand, the green gas arrived. This isn't spiritual energy, celestial energy, or origin energy of the world. It isn't ancient devil or ancient demon energy, and it isn't ancient god energy. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and he quickly retreated. The woman's right hand suddenly fell, and the green gas gathered to form a green palm print that chased after Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the palm print closed in. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and origin energy surged like crazy. He waved his hand, and a giant vortex appeared around him. The vortex collided with the palm print. With a bang, the vortex collapsed, and the palm print passed through without any damage. Wang Lin's body was still retreating, and he borrowed the impact of the vortex collapsing to retreat from the cave. Thunder flashed in his right eye and flew out to form a giant lightning tattoo. 9 bolts of accompanying lightning swirled about, causing the lightning diagram to shake heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out in all directions, blocking the incoming palm. The thunderous rumbles were several times more intense than before. The lightning tattoo was pushed back, and the palm print trembled. After most of the green gas dissipated, it chased after Wang Lin again. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step back and stopped in the air. Instead of retreating, his right hand reached out and a monstrous blood light appeared. As it illuminated everything, the blood light sword appeared in his hand. Holding the blood light sword, Wang Lin let out a cold snort as the palm print pierced through the lightning tattoo and slashed down. The blood-red light was dazzling, as if a sea of blood had been set off. It formed a blood-red sword that landed on the palm print. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the blood sword paused for a moment before splitting the palm print in half. The palm print collapsed with a bang, but the green gas didn't dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a ball and flew into the sky. It was about to return to the giant crack in the sky. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. There was a salty taste in his mouth and blood gushed out from his throat, but he endured it. His expression was cold as he flew into the sky with the blood sword. The moment the ball of green gas flew into the crack in the sky, Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed at the sky. "Come down!" Heaven and earth shook, and a huge illusory palm appeared in the sky. It grabbed at the green gas and directly grabbed it. The moment the ball of green gas was grabbed by Wang Lin, the giant crack in the sky suddenly closed and disappeared. The darkness in the sky quickly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The land was once again lit up. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he held the ball of green gas and appeared in the cave below. He frowned when he saw what was happening. The woman in silver had already fainted on the ground. Her face was ashen and her body was trembling uncontrollably. She was still muttering to herself. It wasn't me. It wasn't me who opened the door. It wasn't me. With a gloomy expression, Wang Lin arrived next to the woman. After carefully examining her, his left hand formed a seal, and countless restrictions landed on the woman's body. After doing all of this, he frowned and looked at the ball of green gas in his right hand. This is another type of power besides the origin energy of the world. It isn't the power of Joss flames or origin energy, but it is very similar to origin energy. What exactly is it? Is it related to the statue? This woman in silver is hiding too many secrets. What exactly is her identity? Is it one of the 8 ancient concubines? Wang Lin couldn't figure it out. This woman once said that Joss flames were poisonous. My guess was that she had cultivated Joss flames in the past and was harmed by the Joss flames, which is why she ended up like this. But now it looks like things aren't that simple. Could it be that this woman knew that Joss flames were poisonous before she cultivated Joss flames? Wang Lin's eyes flickered coldly as he stared at the unconscious woman. After a long time, he raised his right hand and placed it on the top of the woman's head. He used the soul-searching spell that he hadn't used on this woman before. There is no grudge between us, and I have no intention of hurting you. However, the secrets you know are very useful to me. With my cultivation, I can use the soul-searching spell to avoid hurting your mind. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his divine sense entered the top of the woman's head through his right hand. Chapter 1393. The woman's sea of consciousness was cloudy, and there were flashes of green light. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out to search the woman's memories, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any information related to her memories. Other than turbid, there was only turbid. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's divine sense suddenly moved. His divine sense gathered from all directions toward an area filled with green fog. The green fog here was very weak. After Wang Lin's divine sense circled around it a few times, he carefully extended it in. As soon as it entered, the green light inside the fog increased and flashed toward Wang Lin's divine sense. This green light was very similar to the green aura he had seen in the outside world. As the vast amount of green light closed in from all directions, Wang Lin's divine sense moved like gossamer threads, avoiding the green light and continuing deeper into the depths. The deeper he went, the more green light there was. In the end, it was so dense that it seemed to be connected together. It surrounded Wang Lin's divine sense, not giving him any chance to escape. Wang Lin's divine sense shrank rapidly. All of the divine sense that had entered the area was condensed into the size of a needle. As the green light closed in, his divine sense shot out and slammed into it. Rumbling sounds echoed out. Inside the immortal's cave, Wang Lin's hand was placed on the top of the woman's head. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes remained closed. Within the woman's sea of consciousness, more than half of Wang Lin's divine sense had dissipated. Finally, a gap was opened in the green light, and his divine sense charged out toward the deepest part of this place. More green light rumbled as it closed in. However, the moment it surrounded him, Wang Lin's divine sense finally broke through the layers of barriers and entered the deepest part of the green fog. The moment he entered, Wang Lin's divine sense trembled. He saw a scene that he would never forget, a scene that left his mind shaken. Deep within the green fog, there was a person sitting cross-legged. This person wore a 7-colored robe and looked to be middle-aged. His body was filled with a 7-colored glow. He was not an origin soul, nor was he corporeal. He was formed from a seal. Inside the immortal's cave, Wang Lin's eyes snapped open. They were filled with shock as he withdrew his hand from the top of the woman's head. Although he hadn't found any of the woman's memories, his harvest was great. The figure in this woman's mind is exactly the same as the person in the statue. Wang Lin silently pondered. 7-colored again. The moment he saw the figure, The first thought that appeared in Wang Lin's mind was that this person was the sovereign. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he dismissed it. Although the sovereign was strong, he wasn't strong enough to shock Wang Lin with just a statue. It wasn't that he hadn't seen third-step cultivators before. Tao Master Blue Dream's strength was similar to the sovereign's, so it was easy for Wang Lin to distinguish between them. Seven-colored. Seven-colored. I have cultivated my entire life and have encountered seven-colored things many times. Tian Yunzi likes seven-colored things, and the sovereign also has seven-colored things. Even some spells contain seven-colored things. There is also the Tao fruit from the seven-colored world seed. There is also the seven-colored God void nail. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He vaguely felt that there was a great secret inside this seven-colored thing. Also, could that green gas and green light be one of the seven-colored things? Wang Lin frowned, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He waved his sleeve and put the woman in silver back into his storage space. This matter is too unpredictable for me, so it is useless to think about it. Right now, I should refine the greedy wolf's treasures and obtain the fire sparrow's essence. Wang Lin pondered a bit and no longer thought about the statue. He took out the greedy wolf's treasures one by one and began to refine and study them again. 99 floating crystal swords. The greedy wolf obtained it from the head of an ancient demon. In his memories, the head had no stars in its eyes, and these 99 swords are stained with blood to form a sword formation. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 99 swords surrounded him. Each sword looked the same and was filled with a cold aura. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and his divine sense spread out. He carefully scanned the 99 swords. It is indeed a treasure of the ancient demon clan. It contains rich demonic energy. It may not be able to display its full power in my hands, but if my second avatar is complete, the power of the ancient demon avatar will be extraordinary. Should I keep this treasure or refine it? Wang Lin pondered a bit and waved his right hand. He left a seal and restriction on the 99 swords and put them back into his storage space. If I refine it, the demonic energy inside will dissipate and be wasted. I should keep it, and once I return to the inner realm, I can let my second avatar absorb it. Unfortunately, due to the realm sealing formation, my connection with my second avatar is blocked. Otherwise, I could have used it to leave. I wonder how my second avatar has been over the years. Wang Lin took out the 2 treasures, the bone protection stone tablets. The 9 stone tablets surrounded Wang Lin and gave off an aura that Wang Lin was familiar with. This was the aura of an ancient god. He raised his right hand and touched one of the stone tablets. In the greedy wolf's memory, he obtained this bone protection stone tablet from an ancient god's head on a fragment. The ancient god's head looked very young, as if it hadn't reached adulthood. The anger and confusion in its eyes would never dissipate. The material of this stone tablet is made from the bones of my ancient god clan. However, it wasn't refined maliciously. After the ancestor died, he willingly used his body to be refined into a treasure. Otherwise, it would be filled with resentment and not as peaceful as it is now. Wang Lin let out a sigh. The greedy wolf only uses this treasure as protection, but he doesn't have the ability to activate the ancient god spells hidden inside. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 9 stone tablets shined brightly. Bursts of ancient god aura spread out, and the 9 stone tablets rotated around Wang Lin. Finally, they shrank and gathered on Wang Lin's right arm. The 9 stone tablets fused together to form an arm guard. This arm guard was completely gray and looked like bone. It wrapped around his fist, causing Wang Lin's right fist to become a size larger. Even his 5 fingers were bone, and when he clenched his fist, crackling sounds echoed. There were many signs of damage on the arm guard. There were sword marks and cracks, proof of the many battles the young ancient god had fought. This ancient god treasure also contains an ancient god spell. It's similar to Dream of Ancient Times, a life-saving spell. Unfortunately, A life-saving spell couldn't save the ancient god's life. Wang Lin's expression was complicated as his ancient god power surged into the arm guard. An 8-star ancient god spell, Ancestors' Soul Protection. This spell doesn't exist in 2C's memories. Wang Lin was immersed in the spell inside the arm guard. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he came back to his senses. If this spell is used with a light and shadow shield, it will be an extremely powerful spell. He looked at his right hand. With a thought, the arm guard melted and disappeared into his right arm, fusing with his flesh and blood. He reached out and made a grasping motion, causing a third magical treasure to fly out. The Emperor Furnace. The first time Wang Lin saw the Emperor Furnace, his heart pounded. He also felt a familiar aura. This aura was unique to royal ancient god treasures, and only royal ancient gods could clearly feel it. I didn't expect that greedy wolf to obtain a royal ancient god treasure. Even though it wasn't passed down and was refined by a descendant, it is indeed a royal ancient god treasure. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with passion as he looked at the Emperor Furnace. The ancient god star between his eyebrows rotated rapidly, and starlight shined on the Emperor Furnace. When the starlight shined on the treasure, it let out a rumbling sound and began to rotate. Eventually, it turned into a ray of light that shot toward Wang Lin's eyebrows. It shrank rapidly until it fused with the first star of Wang Lin's 6 stars. Tu Sun had fused with a third-step cultivator to become a god, but Wang Lin had fused with treasures. Their origins were different, so their future paths were naturally different. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the ancient god power inside his body increased. Popping sounds echoed inside his body and only disappeared after a long time. His hair moved without any wind, and his body became stronger. Although it can't compare to the blood sword or the true spirit heaven splitting axe, it is similar to 2C's god slaying spear. If I can completely refine it, its power will be limitless. More importantly, the key to this treasure is refining it. The joy in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He waved his sleeve, and a fourth treasure appeared before him. It was a demon mist spear that could change between corporeal and illusory. As soon as the spear appeared, demonic chi filled the entire immortal's cave. Faint, mournful roars could be heard, adding to the aura of the spear. An ancient demon's treasure. It's a pity that I don't have an ancient demon avatar. Otherwise, the ancient demon avatar would be able to use this treasure to its fullest potential. An ancient devil clone. Back then, I speculated that if I could fuse all 3 ancient clans together, I might be able to return to the ancestral roots and become an ancient. Wang Lin's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared thoughtfully at the fog devil spear. The ancient god was cultivated by me, and the ancient demon was a remnant soul that was worshipped by the Sure San clan. It was similar to the power of Joss flames, which made the ancient demon believe that he was me. Thus, I didn't need to expend too much effort, and he naturally became my avatar. As for the ancient devil, perhaps I can create one myself. Of course, it would be even better if we could capture one. Wang Lin made a grasping motion, causing the precious treasure of the greedy wolf, the devil's soul bottle, to appear in front of Wang Lin. The moment the devil's soul bottle appeared, the devilish energy in the cave increased rapidly. Countless devilish shadows appeared, and as they spread out, the devilish energy spread out like a flood and filled the entire cultivation planet. From afar, the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet was surrounded by devilish fog. It was a shocking sight. I can't create a devil body, but if I can create a devil soul of mine and use it to control the ancient devil treasures, its power will definitely not be weak. If there's a chance, I can use my devil soul to take over the body of an ancient devil, and it will become my third clone. However, what are the chances of success? Wang Lin stared at the devil's soul bottle and hesitated. A lot of fellow cultivators should be able to see that the devil's soul bottle is about to rise. That's right, the Devil Soul bottle is about to rise. Recently, my body hasn't been feeling well, and adding on the fact that the plot requires it, it hasn't erupted yet. Once my body gets better, it will erupt. Since it hasn't erupted, it's not good to ask for monthly votes. I hope everyone can give me the recommendation votes. The Celestial Renegade Celestial doesn't have many recommendation votes, so I hope it can continue to increase. Chapter 1395. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He raised his right hand and pointed at the Devil Soul bottle. A mournful roar came from the Devil Soul bottle. This roar was ear-piercing and seemed to have the power to penetrate into Wang Lin's body. The power of a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. His voice turned into ripples that collided with the mournful roar. Shortly after, black fog came out from the Devil Soul bottle. Ancient Devil Souls roared and struggled inside the black fog. The moment they appeared, they pounced toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the Devil Souls closed in, he raised his hands and waved them forward. A gust of wind appeared and trapped the Devil Souls in Wang Lin's hands. Thou spell fuse. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. After he spoke, his eyes revealed a strange light, and Tao Master Blue Dreams Tao Spell Fusion. Popping sounds echoed inside the cave, and the Devil Souls let out mournful roars. They wanted to break free, but Wang Lin's hands were like a prison and didn't move at all. Wang Lin closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the fusion. Under the effect of his Tao spell, the Devil Souls were constantly fused together. Time slowly passed, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Wang Lin had been using the fusion without relaxing at all. On this day, the Devil Souls in his hands had fused into a ball. However, at this moment, a ghostly light came from the ball. The ghostly light became brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire cave. A berserk aura suddenly erupted from within the flock-shaped ball. At the same time, a roar that sounded like the voices of countless Devil Souls fused together could be heard. You want to refine my ancient Devil clan? Impossible. Blood refinement. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly widened, and he bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ball. This blood contained source energy and was formed by Wang Lin's ancient god heart blood. The moment the blood landed on the ball, miserable screams came out. The ball became even more chaotic, as if it could collapse at any moment. The ghostly light almost collapsed and was replaced by a blood-colored light. The blood-colored light gradually filled the entire ball, and after a long time, the ball was completely red. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. His right hand reached out and grabbed the Devil Soul bottle. He sent his origin energy into the bottle, and a large amount of Devil Souls rushed out. The moment these Devil Souls appeared, they were immediately absorbed by the blood ball. This ancient devil treasure contains the souls of 3,000 ancient devils. If I fuse these 3,000 souls together, they will become the soul of my ancient devil avatar. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and all the black fog in the cave mansion suddenly gathered around him, forming a thick cloud of devil fog. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin refined the Devil Souls. Soon, 1 month had passed. There was less than a month left until the Fallen Land's Fallen Meeting. Wang Lin had been in seclusion in the Dark Scorpion clan for more than 2 months. During these 2 months, a great event took place in the Fallen Land. At the edge of the Fallen Land, on an abandoned planet, a thick flame suddenly erupted. This flame was blue, and when it erupted, it enveloped the entire planet. However, this flame did not last long. After half an incense stick of time, it dissipated and the star returned to normal. However, this half an incense stick of time caused the hearts of all the fire cultivators in the Fallen Land to tremble. They were either meditating, rushing, or fighting. No matter what they were doing, The moment the flames on the desolate star erupted, all of their minds trembled. The flames in their bodies seemed to have gone out of control and were about to leave their bodies. They seemed to be bowing toward the direction of the abandoned star, as if they were being summoned. All the fire elementalists were shocked by this strange turn of events. In particular, the Fire Sparrow clan felt it the most. The elder that had traded with Wang Lin was cultivating when a fire suddenly erupted from his body. He turned into a firebird and was about to fly away. This caused the elder's expression to change greatly. This matter had attracted the attention of the Fire Sparrow clan in the Fallen Land. The elder of the Fire Sparrow clan immediately left his secluded cultivation location and brought a few clansmen to the desolate star. However, after he arrived, he couldn't find anything no matter how he looked. However, he could sense a trace of origin aura that was almost the same as the soul core he had obtained back then. Also during these few days, something that shocked the higher-ups of the Fire Sparrow clan happened in the ancient star system. The three people from the Fire Sparrow clan that had escorted Wang Lin from the Fallen Land handed over the item they were escorting and immediately waited to be summoned. They were nervous and didn't know if this item would be valued by the clan. In the vast star domain occupied by the Fire Sparrow clan, there were countless statues of fire sparrows on the main planet. One of the statues was as tall as the sky and was covered in flames. There was a hall below the statue, and there was an old man sitting inside. His face was red, and his body was covered in flames. He was the patriarch of the Fire Sparrow clan. Before him floated a drop of burning blood. He stared at the drop of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. This is Source Origin. The old man's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the blood, took a step forward, and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was inside the planet. The inside of the planet had been hollowed out and was filled with a sea of fire. Even a fire cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. The old man moved through the sea of fire, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the deepest part of the planet. The fire here was dark purple and looked extremely terrifying. At the center of the purple fire, one could vaguely see a formation flashing. There was a middle-aged man sitting inside the formation, and his clothes were also purple. As he cultivated, a shocking aura slowly cycled through his body. The old man didn't seem to dare to touch the dark purple fire. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior requests an audience with the ancestor." After the old man spoke, he stood there motionlessly, waiting to be summoned. After a long time, the middle-aged man sitting in the sea of purple fire slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 3 strange marks appeared at the triangle between his eyes and the center of his eyebrows. These were 3 fire marks, but their colors were very clear. The fire between his eyebrows was purple, the fire in his right eye was blue, and the fire in his left eye was like an illusion, as if it didn't exist. However, if you looked closely, you would see a trace of it. This ethereal fire didn't seem to be stable and was blurry. However, it was this trace of ethereal fire that caused the old man's mind to tremble. He lowered his head and didn't take a second look. Even if you're the patriarch, you can't take half a step inside the Holy Land without the old man summoning you. Have you forgotten? The middle-aged man's voice was calm. Sweat appeared in the old man's face as he licked his lips and quickly said, "Ancestor, please don't be angry." Junior was too anxious because a member of the tribe found a drop of blood. This drop of blood is very strange and requires the ancestor to personally examine it. The middle-aged man's expression was the same as usual, as if nothing in this world could cause his expression to change at all. His gaze was still as cold as ever. This coldness formed a strong contrast with the flames in his eyes, causing this person to look even more bizarre. Such a small matter can make you panic? I'm not satisfied with you being the patriarch. Take out that drop of blood and leave. Punish yourself according to the 3rd rule. The old man's face immediately turned pale. He wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the ancestor in the purple fire, he nodded and waved his right hand. A drop of burning blood appeared in his palm. After it floated in the air, The old man lowered his head and retreated. The middle-aged man casually reached out with his right hand, and the drop of blood instantly penetrated the purple sea of fire and landed in his hand. His expression was calm as he casually swept the drop of blood. However, the moment he did so, his entire body trembled. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at the drop of blood. This is... The calmness on the middle-aged man's face collapsed and was replaced with shock and disbelief. He quickly placed the drop of blood in front of his eyes and spread out his divine sense. After carefully scanning the drop of blood hundreds of times, the shock in his eyes became even stronger. Rosefinch's blood. This is Rosefinch's blood. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and placed the drop of blood next to his mouth. He licked it with his tongue, and his body trembled again. That's right, there's no mistaking the essence inside. This is Rosefinch's blood. Rosefinch. The middle-aged man was excited, and his left hand reached out. The Fire Sparrow clan's patriarch was about to leave the planet and was about to return to the surface. He was filled with regret and let out a sigh. However, he suddenly heard a howl behind him. He turned around, and his pupils shrank. Behind him, the sea of fire turned into a giant palm that grabbed him and pulled him back. In the blink of an eye, the palm had brought the old man out of the middle-aged man's purple sea of fire. Where did you get this blood? Before the old man could react, he heard the excited voice of the ancestor. He was startled for a moment. He had never seen the ancestor's emotions change like this. He quickly whispered, "It was brought back from the fallen land by the clan members." When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately laughed, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Even the 3 fire marks began to burn like crazy. Good. You are indeed worthy of being the patriarch chosen by the old man. Well done. Immediately issue an order to head to the fallen land at all costs to find the source of this blood. The Fire Sparrow clan's patriarch quickly nodded and was about to leave when the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "It's not convenient for me to go to the fallen land. I'll meet you guys outside. Once you get there, you have to carefully check if there is any conspiracy." Chapter 1396. During this period of time, the Dark Scorpion clan's planet was still covered in a thick layer of devilish energy. From afar, it looked very strange. Even the creatures on the planet showed signs of becoming irritable due to this devilish energy. On this day, the 6th day from the fallen disciple selection, the devilish energy on the Dark Scorpion clan's planet changed greatly. From afar, the devilish energy on the planet churned and released a heaven-shaking howl. At the same time, the devilish energy rapidly shrank toward the inner part of the planet. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the Dark Scorpion clan and the Yundun people. They immediately spread out their divine senses, and just as they were about to observe, they noticed that all the devilish energy on the planet was rushing toward Wang Lin's cave. It was as if a black hole had appeared inside the cave and was attracting all the devilish energy. In just a moment, all the devilish energy in the world disappeared without a trace. It was all sucked into Wang Lin's cave. If one looked from above, they would see that the devilish energy had turned into a giant vortex, and the center of the vortex was Wang Lin's cave. It rapidly rotated and shrank. In the blink of an eye, everything was over. It was so fast that no one could react. As the devilish energy gathered inside Wang Lin's cave, it formed a thick fog that not even divine sense could penetrate. This fog was still shrinking, and deep inside the fog, Wang Lin was sitting there. There was a small, dark red person floating before him. This little person's body was blurry and looked like an origin soul, but it was more like a soul. It looked exactly the same as Wang Lin, but its expression was filled with violence and madness, along with ferociousness. At this moment, the little person opened its mouth and continued to devour the devilish energy. A moment later, all the devilish energy inside the cave was sucked into the little person's mouth. The little person's body was a bit solid, but it was still not satisfied. Its face was filled with violence as it suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin. It let out a sharp roar and pounced at Wang Lin. It was as if it was going to devour even Wang Lin. The moment it closed in, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were cold, and his gaze was like lightning as they collided with the little person's eyes. Scram! With a cold snort, Wang Lin didn't seem to use any spell, but the little person that was about to pounce let out a miserable scream. Its body was thrown to the side. I created you, so of course I can destroy you. Wang Lin stood up and made a grasping motion toward the little person. The little person's face was filled with fear. The moment Wang Lin's hand closed in on it, its body suddenly trembled and exploded into countless wisps of mist that scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the wisps of mist avoided Wang Lin's hand and reformed outside the cave. As soon as it appeared, it immediately fled. It turned into a cloud of demonic mist and was about to disappear without a trace. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and a cold smile could be seen on his face. His right hand formed a seal, and he blew out a mouthful of air. Suddenly, a miserable scream could be heard off in the distance. Not long after, the Devil Soul Imp flew back and knelt in front of Wang Lin. Its body trembled and became blurry, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "With one breath, I can turn you to ashes." The Devil Soul Imp trembled even more violently and quickly kowtowed, as if it was begging for mercy. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached to the void. The Fog Devil Spear appeared before him, and then he pointed at the Devil Soul Imp. The Devil Soul Imp was connected to Wang Lin, so it revealed a look of hesitation and struggle. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. The Devil's soul trembled, then turned into a beam of black light that shot toward the Fog Devil Spear. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the Fog Devil Spear. The Fog Devil Spear seemed to have a soul, and it exploded with an extremely powerful aura. The aura rumbled, then turned into a black devil python that broke out of the cave. It coiled up in the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. On the cultivation planet, the people of the Dark Scorpion clan were all dumbfounded as they looked at the black python in the sky. Their minds were shaken. The Yunnan people were the same. Their eyes were filled with terror as they stared dumbfoundedly at the black python in the sky. An unspeakable sense of fear filled their hearts. This black python contained unimaginable violence and madness. It was also filled with bloodthirst. It was as if all life in the world was its enemy. Chung Tahong swallowed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He was different from Su Ligua. The stronger Wang Lin was, the more glory he felt. At this moment, he immediately knelt down and shouted, "Master's treasure has reached completion, and his technique is invincible." The black python in the sky let out a roar, and its body gradually dissipated. It turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, an Devil Soul Imp appeared next to Wang Lin's origin soul. Its eyes were closed, and it was being suppressed by Wang Lin's origin soul. It couldn't resist or struggle at all. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the Devil Soul Imp hadn't reached completion, it had taken shape. After refining it many times, it would become a real avatar. I wonder if my god, devil, and demon bodies will be able to return to the ancient realm as I expected. Wang Lin licked his lips, and his right hand reached at the void. Two treasures appeared before him. A piece of withered yellow leaf, a sealed treant. In the Fallen Land, the Fallen Elder selection was a grand ceremony. All the small clans in the Fallen Land who were qualified to compete for the position of Elder were rubbing their fists. The location of the grand ceremony was the most mysterious Great Emperor planet in the Fallen Land. This planet was very famous in the ancient star system, and it was the focus of the Sovereign Council's research. Rumors about the Great Emperor planet spread across the ancient star system. Anyone who saw the great Emperor star with their own eyes would never be able to forget that shocking scene. It has to be said that in the ancient star system, most cultivation planets were round like balls. Even if there were some that were irregular, they were roughly round. This was a very strange phenomenon, and many powerful cultivators had studied it to find the secret behind it. However, in the end, they only found some clues and were unable to find out everything. It wasn't until the Sovereign Council, after many years of research, announced a rule. This rule was called the rotation rule. They believed that all planets were constantly rotating, and as they rotated, any irregular cultivation planet would turn into a circle over countless years. However, this rule completely changed when it came to the Great Emperor planet. The Great Emperor star looked like a long strip. If one looked down from the sky, the Great Emperor star looked like a needle on a compass, slowly rotating. No one knew why the Great Emperor planet was like this. This was the holy land of the Fallen Council, and where the Fallen Lands Cave was located. Normally, there was an unimaginable tearing force outside the Great Emperor planet. There was also a magnetic field that made all cultivators who came here lose their magic treasures, and even their cultivation base was suppressed. Only during the Fallen Elder selection would the tearing force and magnetic force dissipate a lot. There were a few fixed passages for people to enter. Aside from more than 300 small clans that were participating, there were also people from the ancient star system that would come to watch. Most of them were invited by the small clans, and sometimes they would even help. The Great Emperor never paid any attention to this matter. It gradually became a tacit rule. However, there was one rule, and that was that people who weren't from the Fallen Land weren't allowed to become elders. Otherwise, they would without a doubt die. Every time the Fallen Elder selection was held, the Sovereign Council would send people to be guests. On one hand, it was to show their recognition of the Fallen Council and respect the Great Emperor. On the other hand, it was to observe and even support certain clans. Aside from the Sovereign Council, the Fallen Council would also send out invitation jades to invite powerful cultivators from the ancient star system to attend the Elder selection. The Great Emperor didn't pay any attention to any of this. It was as if the Fallen Elder selection was just a show in his eyes. Among the stars, Wang Lin was accompanied by the Dark Scorpion clan and the Yundan people as he flew toward the Great Emperor planet. Outside the Fallen Land, in the ancient star system, there was a woman with long hair standing on an octagonal wheel. She silently looked ahead and frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. He also looked ahead with a gloomy expression. Grandmaster Yin Luo, the Great Emperor, killed my avatar. What does the Sovereign Council say about this? The long-haired woman softly said, there will be compensation. The long-haired woman murmured softly as she looked in the direction of the Fallen Land and thought to herself, to be protected by the Great Emperor of the Fallen Land. I really want to see this person with my own eyes. I just don't know if he is the person mentioned in the ancestral divination. Also in the ancient star system, in another direction, there was a gentle blue light. Tao Master Blue Dream slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back. Li Qianmei silently followed behind him. Even further away, in a star domain with few people, there was a very large beast the size of a cultivation planet slowly flying. This beast was oval in shape and had countless tentacles hundreds of thousands of feet long. They were slowly swaying. Wang Yu. On its back was an old man in a white robe. This old man's appearance was very strange. Half of his face was black, as if he was separated by yin and yang. Behind him stood 3 people who were clearly servants. If Wang Lin saw them, he would find them very familiar. Im Yuzi, Widow Chan, and the already dead Ji Xiantian. Chapter 1397. The day before the Fallen Elder selection, Wang Lin arrived outside the Great Emperor planet with the help of the Dark Scorpion clan and the Yundan people. When he saw the strange cultivation planet, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The Great Emperor star was shrouded in an illusion. It looked blurry, as if it was surrounded by fog. However, within the fog, there were huge cracks that would occasionally appear. They were like sharp mouths that would devour everything when they appeared. There were also bursts of gray, lines moving inside the fog. If one looked closely, they would see that they weren't corporeal and were being torn apart by various magnetic forces. Before they even closed in, Wang Lin felt a shocking power inside the fog. This power could tear apart the heavens and earth, and it could even cause a cultivator's spells and magic treasures to collapse. This was not man-made or caused by a treasure, but the power of the heavens, the power of creation. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he carefully observed for a long time. His body stopped outside the fog. There were already a lot of cultivators outside the fog. These cultivators were in groups of dozens or hundreds, and they were scattered everywhere. There were many familiar people who were talking to each other. At a glance, there were many cultivators. The arrival of Wang Lin's group immediately attracted some divine senses. These divine senses swept by the Dark Scorpion clan and the Yundun people before being withdrawn. As for Wang Lin, with his cultivation level, very few people could see his true appearance. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he coldly looked ahead. Senior, every time the Fallen Elder selection is held on the Great Emperor planet. However, there's a magnetic tear here that cultivators can't pass through. Only when everyone has arrived will a path be open from the inside for everyone to enter one by one. We aren't late, so it won't take long for the passage to open. The patriarch of the Dark Scorpion clan whispered to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded. His gaze swept across the cultivators outside the Great Emperor planet. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators here. Although there were a lot of people, it was still insignificant compared to the stars. I didn't expect the Yundun people to take a fancy to the Scorpion tribe that loves burrows, and even accepted them as their subsidiary. How interesting. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice rang out from the front. A middle-aged man in blue walked out from a group of nearly 1,000 clans. The man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like those of a venomous snake. There was a snake-shaped mark on his forehead, causing him to look even more sinister. His words were filled with mockery. As he spoke, he stopped moving and swept his gaze over Wang Lin's group. The expression of the Dark Scorpion patriarch beside Wang Lin changed. He stared at the middle-aged man and snorted. The patriarch of the Dark Scorpion clan softly said, "That is the head elder of the Soul Serpent clan. During the last elder selection, the Soul Serpent clan fought against the Yundun people and lost. There has been friction between the two clans in the past." Beside Wang Lin was naturally the patriarch of the Yundun people. When he heard the words of the head elder, he remained calm and didn't say a word. I heard the Yundun people invited the Greedy Wolf to be their guest. With the Greedy Wolf here, they will definitely win the elder selection. But how come I don't see Senior Greedy Wolf among you? The middle-aged man said with a smile that wasn't a smile. His words weren't loud, but they contained his cultivation and echoed. The tens of thousands of cultivators here were all from small clans in the Fallen Land. They had come here to fight for the position of Fallen Elder. It could be said that any clan that was qualified to become an elder was hostile to each other. If they could find out more about the other party, it would be of great help in obtaining the position of elder. Hearing the words of the Soul Serpent clan's head elder, the surrounding clans all looked toward where the Yundun people were. The name of the Greedy Wolf was famous in the Fallen Land. With him helping the Yundun people, it was enough for the other clans to pay attention to him. The old man has also heard that fellow cultivator Greedy Wolf has become a guest of the Yundun people. In the past, fellow cultivator Greedy Wolf helped the old man a lot, so he has always wanted to visit him. Master Cloud Dun, why didn't fellow cultivator Greedy Wolf come? The person who spoke was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe. His face was a bit pale, but his voice was loud. There were 3 arcs between his eyebrows that looked like ripples of water. Senior Greedy Wolf left due to an important matter and won't be coming back. Everyone stopped guessing. The patriarch of the Yundun people raised his head and glanced at Wang Lin. After saying this, he lowered his head and no longer spoke. The old man who spoke saw this, and his pupils shrank. 5 Elemental Water Race Branch, River Tribe's Patriarch. This person is the current fallen Elder San, the patriarch of the Dark Scorpion tribe introduced to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he nodded slightly. Who is talking about the old man's name? The voice of River Tribe's Patriarch, fallen Elder San, became cold. His gaze was like lightning as it landed on Wang Lin and the Dark Scorpion tribe's patriarch. The eyes of River Tribe's patriarch lit up, and he slowly said, "Little scorpion people, why aren't you kneeling after seeing the old man?" However, his gaze was on Wang Lin. The expression of the Dark Scorpion tribe's patriarch immediately changed. The other party was using his status as a fallen elder to tell him to kneel in front of so many cultivators. This was a great insult. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. They all looked over with the intention of watching a show. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent tribe revealed a smile and shook his head. Even if a little scorpion wants to climb up a tree, you should be careful. Following the Yundan people is not wise. However, you can't be blamed. The scorpion race that lives in caves is a group of short-sighted people. What? You're not coming over? That's fine. You come over to the old man. Fallen Elder San, River Tribe's patriarch, raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Hearing this, the Dark Scorpion tribe's patriarch's expression immediately recovered, and he revealed a mocking smile. Not only him, but even the Yundan people's patriarch also raised his head. His eyes were filled with mockery and a hint of hidden pride. Wang Lin revealed a smile. He looked at the old man and slowly said, "Can't you say your name?" Fallen Elder San's eyes lit up. Just now, he saw the Yundan people's patriarch glance at Wang Lin. From where he was standing, it seemed like this person was the leader, which was why he spoke. As a fallen Elder San, he had to establish his might in order to be re-elected. Although the Dark Scorpion tribe was small, the Yundan people were not weak. Moreover, with the reputation of the greedy wolf, it was the best choice to establish his might. From the old man's point of view, Wang Lin must have been sent by the greedy wolf. Using Wang Lin to establish his might was the same as using the greedy wolf to establish his might. However, the mockery in the eyes of the Yundan people and the two patriarchs of the Dark Scorpion tribe made the old man feel that something was wrong. This person must have been sent by the greedy wolf. Although the greedy wolf is strong, I'm still a fallen elder. I am not afraid. Thinking of this, the old man coldly snorted and said, "Only those who are qualified can say it. Only those who are qualified can say it. I just don't know if you are qualified or not." The elders and patriarchs of the various tribes were all cunning people. Seeing this, they more or less had their own guesses. Like the fallen elder, most of them thought that Wang Lin was sent by the greedy wolf. You are not a member of the fallen land. I advise you to quickly kneel. Even your master, the greedy wolf, can only kneel in this situation. The eyes of the Soul Serpent tribe's great elder flickered. He was the one who started this conflict. He was very happy to see the Yundan people become the target of Elder San's might. Qualified? Wang Lin smiled. Who dares to say that Senior is not qualified? A low roar suddenly came from the distance. Waves of whistling sounds came from the distance. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of cultivators were rushing toward this place. The person at the front was a young man, and beside him were several old men at the Heaven's Blight stage. Their auras rumbled as they arrived and stood beside Wang Lin's group. The young man immediately walked up and bowed toward Wang Lin. He clasped his hands and said with a respectful expression, "Junior Armor Dragon Patriarch greets Senior." Behind him, the more than 1,000 Armor Dragon clan cultivators all revealed respectful expressions. There was a hint of fear as they clasped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." When all the cultivators saw this, their expressions flickered. Armored Dragon Patriarch, the 9th Elder's Armored Dragon Patriarch. Rumor has it that the Armored Dragon Patriarch, the 9th Elder of the Fallen Council, was removed a few months ago, and the Armored Dragon Patriarch has chosen a new patriarch. This matter has spread far and wide, but the reason why the ninth elder was removed is a secret. Very few people know. Although the Armored Dragon Patriarch doesn't have many people, they are very strong. Among the 372 clans in the Fallen Land, they could be ranked in the top 10. Who is this person for the Armored Dragon Patriarch to greet him? Could it be that he has nothing to do with the greedy wolf? The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan was startled, and his eyes lit up. As for the old man from the River Patriarch, his expression became gloomy. He looked at Wang Lin and then at the Armored Dragon Patriarch with fear in their eyes. A terrifying speculation appeared in his mind. This speculation immediately caused the old man to feel as if cold water had been poured over his head. His entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. I must be thinking too much. Just at this moment, the illusory fog formed by the tearing of the magnetic field outside the Great Emperor star suddenly surged. Waves of muffled rumbling sounds came from within and spread in all directions. Then a passage was torn open from within the illusory fog, and it rushed outwards, directly revealing itself. Dozens of cold-looking cultivators walked out from the passage. The person leading them was the messenger from the Armored Dragon Patriarch's planet. After he appeared, he didn't even look at anyone but charged at Wang Lin. Seeing this, Elder Shi San's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1398. The messenger was very fast as he charged toward Wang Lin. He arrived before Wang Lin with a respectful expression. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and bowed with a smile. Greetings, young emperor. He wasn't the only one. All the cultivators that came out of the passage came to a stop before Wang Lin. They clasped their hands respectfully and said in unison, "Greetings, young emperor." The entire starry sky was dead silent. The expressions of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the hundreds of clans changed greatly. They stared at Wang Lin's group with shock and disbelief. A young emperor. The great emperor had sent a jade slip to all the clans a few months ago, but he didn't say who he was. This was the first time these cultivators had seen him in person. Young emperor. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan turned pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His heart began to race, his mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked at Wang Lin in a daze. The expression of the Fallen Life Society's Elder Shi San changed greatly, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. His mind was shaken and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect his speculation to be true. When I saw the Armored Dragon clan, I should have guessed that the ninth elder was dismissed by the great emperor because he offended this person. I can't believe I used this person to establish my might. The patriarch of the River Creek tribe trembled. He licked his dry lips and began to panic. The messenger clasped his hands and respectfully explained, "I'm sorry to have made young emperor wait. It takes some time for the magnetic tear to open the passage, so it was a bit slow." As soon as he said this, the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators came to their senses. It was not yet time for the tunnel to open. Based on past events, they should have waited for a few more hours. He actually opened the passage ahead of time. This young emperor, there are only 2 young emperors in the Fallen Land, but now there's a third one. This third young emperor is obviously more valued by the great emperor than the previous 2. Otherwise, the passageway wouldn't have been opened earlier because of his arrival. This has never happened before. That Elder Shi San is really blind to have offended the young emperor. Let's see how he deals with this. There's also that Soul Serpent clan's great elder. I'm afraid that person will also suffer a calamity. The 2 sentences from the great emperor's envoy had already set off monstrous waves in the hearts of the tens of thousands of cultivators. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded slightly at the cultivators in front of him. "Young emperor, please enter the great emperor planet." The great emperor's envoy quickly took a few steps to the side and respectfully gave way. Wang Lin calmly walked forward. under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Accompanied by the emissary of the great emperor, he walked towards the tunnel created by the magnetic force. Seeing this, Elder San let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought that Wang Lin was not the kind of person to hold a grudge and would not make things difficult for him. After all, he was still a fallen elder. Even if the other party was a young emperor, the other party would have to give him some face and might even try to rope him in. This person is kind. Although he is a young emperor, he is also someone who can be bullied. Just as he was feeling lucky, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wang Lin had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan. His cold gaze fell on the middle-aged man, causing the middle-aged man to tremble and sweat to appear. He felt like the other party's gaze had turned into a sharp sword that pierced his mind, causing his body to be filled with coldness. The great emperor's envoy next to Wang Lin also stopped and revealed a puzzled expression. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan, and his expression immediately became gloomy. Capture this person. The great emperor's envoy's voice was cold, and after he spoke, one of the people next to him charged toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan let out a miserable laugh, and his eyes were filled with despair. The expressions of the members of the Soul Serpent clan behind him changed greatly and became filled with fear. Wang Lin's voice was very soft, but it clearly entered the ears of all the surrounding cultivators. His crime doesn't warrant death, but he will be stripped of his position as the Soul Serpent clan's elder. The cultivator charging at the middle-aged man stopped and retreated without hesitation. He returned behind Wang Lin. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan's face was pale. After hearing Wang Lin's words, his body trembled once more and the despair in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin's words were several times more serious than killing him. It has to be said that even if he died, it would only be a matter of one person. Although he had saved his life, he had become the sinner of the entire clan. The middle-aged man let out a miserable smile and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He bitterly said, "Thank you, young emperor, for showing mercy." Wang Lin ignored this person, and his gaze fell on the River Creek patriarch, fallen Elder San. Elder San's heart skipped a beat, and his face was ashen. Wang Lin pointed at Elder San and slowly said to the great emperor's messenger, "Revoke his position as a fallen elder. Go to the Dark Scorpion clan's planet and kneel there for 100 years. The great emperor's envoy hesitated a bit, but when he saw the flash of indifference in Wang Lin's eyes, he nodded. River Creek Patriarch, revoke the fallen elder selection. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he looked at the Yundan People's Patriarch and slowly said, "Cut off one of your arms and don't do it again." The Yundan People's Patriarch was startled and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew how powerful Wang Lin was, which was why he had intentionally looked at Wang Lin and pointed the spear at Wang Lin. He didn't expect Wang Lin to see through him. When he heard this, he clenched his teeth and pointed at his left shoulder without hesitation. His left arm immediately went limp and all the meridians in it were broken. The Yundan People's Patriarch's face was pale and he softly said, "Thank you, young emperor, for showing mercy. Junior knows his mistake." With a calm expression, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the passage formed by the magnetic force. The surroundings became even more quiet, and the gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on Wang Lin. Their hearts trembled and they were filled with awe. However, some people were very disdainful of Wang Lin's words and actions. They thought Wang Lin was a fox using the tiger's power to intimidate others. If this person isn't the young emperor, how could he be so arrogant? He isn't the only young emperor. He must have come to the great emperor planet to participate in the young emperor trial. Only after he succeeds can he become a true young emperor. That's right, the young emperor trial is extremely difficult. Over the years, no one has passed the trial, even if they weren't personally appointed by the great emperor. Even if this person was appointed by the great emperor, it would be very difficult for him to pass. The young emperor's responsibility is great, and he can even replace the great emperor in leading all the cultivators in the fallen land. Even the sovereign council of the ancient star system is very polite to the young emperor. The messenger followed behind Wang Lin and gradually closed in on the passage. Just as he entered, Wang Lin felt a tearing force fill the passage. There were also waves of magnetic force that caused the origin energy inside his body to scatter as if it was going to be sucked out of his body. However, the suction force inside the passage wasn't strong. If he was outside the passage, the suction force would be terrifying. His divine sense spread out and Wang Lin walked forward. However, just as Wang Lin walked out 100 feet, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. A heaven-shaking roar came from the distance. This roar was extremely shocking and immediately broke the silence outside the great Emperor planet. It attracted everyone's attention, and even the expression of the messenger changed. In the distant starry sky, a giant octagonal disk rumbled over. The disk was several hundred meters wide, and it gave off a blinding light. A large number of runes flickered on it, adding to its grandeur. The disk got closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in on the great Emperor planet. There were two people standing on it. The person at the front was a woman with shoulder-length hair. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like the moon, revealing a strange light that could captivate all cultivators. She stood there like a celestial, her clothes and hair dancing with the wind. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy, and his figure was like a mountain. A terrifying pressure naturally spread out from him. This pressure was like a storm, and as it spread out, the expressions of all the cultivators changed greatly, and they all retreated. There were also blurry wisps of smoke around the man's body. The wisps of smoke contained distorted, illusory faces that gave off soundless howls. There were millions of faces densely packed together. Joss Flames, a third-step cultivator. Some of the surrounding cultivators immediately recognized the smoke, and their expressions changed greatly. The long-haired woman's voice was soft, and she revealed a weak smile as she said, "This little girl, Yin Luo, greets the great emperor on behalf of the Sovereign Council. I was invited by the fallen elder to greet fellow cultivators of the fallen land." Master Simo greets the great emperor. The middle-aged man beside the woman had an indifferent expression as he looked at the great emperor planet. However, in an instant, his eyes lit up with killing intent. He saw Wang Lin inside the passage outside the great emperor planet. Wang Lin also saw Master Simo. Their gazes were not far from each other. They were like two extremely sharp swords that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and they collided with a loud bang. "Little bastard." Master Simo's eyes were ferocious, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. It was filled with killing intent. "Defeated opponent. You only know how to use your tongue. You're not worthy of being a third-step cultivator." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he spoke. Do you dare to fight me?" The thing Master Simo hated the most was that his avatar had been killed. Now that Wang Lin had mentioned it, monstrous killing intent filled his body. Wang Lin laughed, and his eyes were filled with mockery as he said, "Do you dare to enter the tearing magnetic fog and destroy your cultivation to the fifth heaven's blight to fight me?" After he spoke, the surrounding people went into an uproar. Master Simo paused for a moment and couldn't speak, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He didn't dare. This fellow cultivator's words are very sharp, but I wonder what taboo it is. Can you let Yin Luo know? The long-haired woman had a smile on her face, and her moon-like gaze fell on Wang Lin. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this smile was fake and disgusting. The Sovereign Council's Grand Priest doesn't care about cultivation. It has been passed down from generation to generation. You're just a little girl who hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years, yet you dare to call me a fellow cultivator? There's no respect for the young. Is this how your teacher taught you to ask for the name of a senior? Wang Lin's expression was indifferent, and his words were even colder. I recommend Gung Xian's new work, Thief Chow. Everyone says it's very good. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.